Conference. First session this morning is going to be the conservation efforts section. I want to say thank you to Dr. Crouch for getting this session together. Dr. Crouch, is your audio working on your computer? Can you?
Can you hear me? I'm on the telephone.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
So you're going to go ahead, Dr. Crouch is going to go ahead and moderate most of this session, and she brought the speakers together for this. But the same format as we usually use for everybody. If you have a question, put it in the chat box or raise your hand, or even after the session, go ahead and ask your question to any of the panelists on this session. So with that, let's go ahead and get started, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Crouch.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always been an honor to be selected to present at the ITEC Conference. I think this is probably our 13th year. I was looking at the participant list, and I'm just going to wave to all of you because I see all the names of individuals that I work with continuously every year. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that very much because of COVID. So in order to get our tribes informed and our producers, we have been using webinar. And once again, we are holding this meeting via virtually, and with the hope that next year that we'll all be together. So I am the State Tribal Liaison for NRCS, and I know most of you know me, but I have some great speakers lined out this morning to share with you some opportunities, highlight some of the conservation efforts that are done by USDA agency. And so I would like to first introduce Mr. Gary O'Neill. Gary is a state conservationist for NRCS. Gary oversees the whole state of Oklahoma. So with that, Gary, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Carol. Can you hear me okay? Everything sound okay?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right. Very good. Appreciate it. So thank you, ITEC, for letting us have this session. We have a really good partnership with a lot of the tribes on conservation application and dealing with their conservation issues. So it's a good success here in Oklahoma, and we like being able to communicate to our tribal nations and tribal partners on some of the opportunities for assistance through NRCS. So I am the state conservationist for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. We're a USDA agency, excuse me, and we do have a mission of working with private lands conservation. And so we work very closely with land operators, owners, folks that make decisions on land, and work with them on conservation issues. And that includes our tribal nations. I know there's a lot of tribes that have agriculture operations or land that they manage. And so we have opportunities to assist them with their conservation needs through different kinds of programs. Before I get into some of that, I did want to mention COVID. Carol mentioned that our offices are open. We do get data every week from CDC, and that might impact the amount of staff we can have in the office and whether it's open to customers. But that changes every week, and it also impacts whether we have our staff wearing masks or not. So, but we are open and working with landowners. We have a few restrictions still, and hopefully our current spike will go down and we'll have less restrictions. But that is the first place to start with getting our assistance is our county offices. So a little bit about NRCS. Again, we're a conservation agency. We have offices in every county in Oklahoma, and we have staff in every office that can deal with issues that come up and work directly with landowners. We have what we provide is technical assistance, where we have staff that can go out and work with landowners on their land and develop a conservation plan. And that plan kind of includes a roadmap of identifying what the current issues might be, the benchmark of resource concerns and resource conditions on that land. And Troy pulled up our map where we're structured in teams, but we have offices in every county, and then we have a team leader or a district conservationist that oversees the operations within that team. So we went to that setup a few years ago, and it provides us the opportunity to share staff amongst counties, so we can work in multiple counties, which gives us a little more flexibility. But again, that place to get that assistance is at the local county service center, and we're co-located with FSA and rural development, and conservation districts are also in those offices. So that is a good place to get all sorts of assistance, and that happens at the county level. But back at the plan, the technical assistance in the conservation plan provides some alternatives and identifies some resource concerns and gives the landowner or the tribe some possible solutions on addressing those resource concerns. And then once we get that plan in place, that opens the door to a lot of financial assistance that's available through Farm Bill programs. And Environmental Quality Incentives Program, EQIP, maybe some of you've heard of that, is a very popular program, and one that we get about $25 to $30 million a year in Oklahoma to work with landowners. And that program has hundreds of practices that landowners can apply for that might address a resource concern that's identified on their land. So you have to rank. There's a ranking criteria that's developed. And then we fund the highest ranked applications in every county until our money runs out. And so that's a way that a landowner or a tribe can get some assistance on a cost of a conservation practice. And every year we set up a funding pool, a pot of money that's just available for tribes through EQIP. And we will do that again in fiscal year 23, which starts October 1. And then the tribes can apply for those, come in and request some assistance, and then we will utilize some of those funds if EQIP is something that fits for their needs. And so in addition to that, we have funding pools for historically underserved, and historically underserved producers or tribes also get a higher rate of assistance as far as what cost assistance is provided through the EQIP program. So it's a great opportunity, and we've had great success working with the tribes through this program. And again, almost any resource concern you have, we have a practice that aligns with that, whether you're grazing livestock, whether you're in a crop production, or even a forestry production. We have something for those producers as well. And a lot of tribes have looked at seasonal high tunnels, growing local foods, historical foods. That practice is available through EQIP as well, and can be applied for at our local office. So that's the EQIP program, and it's one that we've had a lot of success working with tribes over the years. The other one I'll mention is the Conservation Stewardship Program, or CSP. That's a 5-year contract where we pay for different kinds of enhancements that would take the conservation level on land even at a higher adoption level. And I kind of like to think as EQIP, if you've got a lot of resource concerns and issues that you've got to clean up and address on land, EQIP is a program for you. Once you do some of that, conservation work, then CSP is a great program that will reward the recipient for some of the work they've done, but also provide some enhancements to even take their level at a higher level. So those are two of the programs I wanted to mention. The other thing is it's a continuous sign up. So anyone can sign up any time of the year for these programs. Again, that happens at our local service center. And we do ranking periods periodically where we'll take all the applications at a certain date, and we'll rank all those and then start funding those applications. But you can sign up anytime. You might have to wait till the next funding cycle, but you get your application in, and then we'll start working with you. The other thing I'll mention is if you need assistance getting connected with our agency or one of our local offices, I'd encourage you to reach out to Carol. Crouch, our tribal liaison. She can help connect you to the right people if you're having that difficulty. I know with COVID, we've had some offices that had to close periodically because of some problems, but right now everything's open. But if you do have any problems or questions about any of our programs, Carol can help get you to the right place. So again, I just want to thank ITEC for the opportunity to mention some of the work we've done. NRCS has had great success with our tribal nations in Oklahoma with conservation, and look forward to continue that great partnership and working with our agency and the tribes addressing conservation on our tribal lands. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Carol, and we'll continue through the agenda, but if there's any questions, I'll stay on and try to address those as well. So Carol, back to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Gary. And like Gary said, most of you know that you can reach out to me at any time. I also will send a blanket email 2 or 3 times whenever we know the funding is available for tribes to apply for. So Troy's gonna bring up my PowerPoint for me, and don't get nervous. I've got several slides, but I'm not the kind of person where I like to read or ask you to read a bunch of slides. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick. One of the things that I've missed the last couple years is being able to present to you accomplishments that our tribe and our tribal communities are doing with their conservation efforts. So Troy, I'm going to go through fast, and so Troy, just about give me 2 seconds with each tribe, and then each slide will be ready to go. I wanted to share this with you. This is our nation-to-nation USDA leadership meeting. We always have a tribe that will host this. This is where we bring our tribal leaders, their tribal staff together. It's more of a collaboration where we listen to the tribal leaders on what their needs are. Just to mention this, it's going to be held with the Chickasaw Nation again this year, and so many of you already may be aware of it, but then I just wanted to highlight that. So Troy, we can move through these pretty quickly. Gary talked about partnerships. Over the last few years, we've had some strong partnerships with tribal leaders in developing soil health initiatives. This is just an example of one of those tribes that we work with. Another tribal leader that was brought in and spoke to our youth at the SAGE conference. And that young man that the chief corral there is actually my grandson, but he automatically took him to the stage, asked him some questions about his GPA and what he wanted to do. So we partner with our tribes and so much in reaching out to our youth, because we know they're our next, they'll be the ones responsible for taking care of our land in the future. Having respect for protocols and significant plants and animals that are important to tribes, we include in our working effectively with American Indians. This is a workshop that we hold with NRCS employees across the nation, so they can learn how to effectively work with tribes and understand their protocol and their traditions. So I've captured a few more slides in here just to illustrate how we've done that. Another thing most of you may be aware of is our American Indian Heritage poster that we produce every year. I slid this slide in here because I wanted to let all of you know that I still have some of the 2020 and 2021 posters. I can have those drop shipped to you guys if you want to utilize them for any kind of event. In all of our meetings and all of our trainings, we have a high level of respect for tribal culture and traditions, and we always honor that, and this is one of our color guards that set our meetings into motion. We have a high respect for that protocol, and I think it sets the stage for all of those attending how important tribal culture and protocol is. So moving on with that, this is another learning experience for our individuals to go with tribes, to learn their dances, learn their songs. I just wanted to share that with you, that we're making a strong effort with NRCS and our employees to know more about our tribes, how to work more effectively with you. And this is just an example of a summer camp with one of our tribes. I just wanted to share with you. Hopefully COVID won't prevent this, but always reach out to me, because we have so many valuable speakers with NRCS, whether it should be with ecological knowledge or soil health days or conservation days that you hold with your youth. I'm going to show a couple more slides where we're doing this. This was actually, this is another slide where you'll hear a little bit more about that from Jane, where we worked with tribes to get an initiative going to plant the monarchs. What was unique about this, and you see in the pictures, it's not just one tribe working together. Anytime we had plantings, we had multiple tribes across the state that joined us. So with next, your powwows and homecomings and festivals. Just wanted to illustrate, as long as COVID doesn't prevent that, we're going to be there providing valuable information to your tribal members and also capturing the attention of our youth. So this is another story that I just kind of popped in here. Oklahoma was approved to have 3 of these tribal T-scan units that have the capacity of soil testing, moisture, temperatures of the ground. So this was the crew, and what was unique about this is we had 3 tribes that got the grant, and all 3 tribes stuck together while we installed those T-scan units. It was the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Cherokee, and the Choctaw Nation that received that grant. So just sharing a lot of things with you. This is a partnership between BIA and NRCS for the funding. There was no cost for the tribes to be able to utilize this and utilize these stations to educate our youth. Here's another example of a camp that took place during COVID. We did try to practice social distancing. This was our younger group, 5th through 8th grade. On the other slide, you're going to see us demonstrating the T-scan unit with high school seniors across 6 different counties of the Choctaw Nation, and connecting STEM education with our youth. And one of the things that the youth were so in awe of was the fact that all of the information, the temperature, the moisture, the amount of rain, and all of that from this T-scan unit on tribal trust land is actually transmitted through a Horizon cell phone to Portland, Oregon, and South Carolina. So the objective of this is also to promote STEM. Some of these young students, a high school student and 2 young, actually use this T-scan unit and the data that's gathered for it to do their science projects. So that was a positive note for us. And then going on with this, we're always looking at holding workshops. We haven't been able to do that in person. We've been doing it virtually. This is just an example of a tribal leader who wanted to have his employees know a little bit about horticulture, a little about preserving our land. So we actually held training sessions, and 9 of those for all the employees within the Chickasaw Nation, and that was really exciting. The one thing that we really want to get back to, as this picture illustrates, is having our roundtable discussions together with our tribes. We try to schedule 8 or 9 of these a year. The purpose of these is to go in and sit down with a tribal leader and all of his staff and directors that he thinks might benefit from any of our USDA programs. And so, as you all know, when you have that buy-in from your tribal leader, and then he delegates who will handle the certain programs that are available to the tribe, is a win-win situation. When we do this, we are always there just to listen to the tribe. When we go to those meetings, we have a National Agricultural Statistics Service with us. We have the Farm Service Agency with us, and Rural Development, because we know there are programs that NRCS has, but there may be a need that Rural Development can provide for this. Once again, this is our strong partner, the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council. They're our partner that provided Zoom for our webinars this year, but also they were our partner in making sure that our government agencies could have a booth at all of the tribal meetings and conferences. Most of you may remember we've had that at the ITEC meetings in the past. This is another camp of youth, and this was designed to promote students to look at careers in engineering. So moving through to the next one, and then I'm showing this slide to you because your voice is important to NRCS. And this was a meeting we held with a couple of tribes that were wanting to know more about prescribed burning. We know that prescribed burning was something that our tribes have been doing since the beginning. They would burn and move their villages. If there was an illness, they would burn and move. So there was a call to do a burn training, and then we also brought in some of our counties that have burn equipment. My point with this is it doesn't matter what your resource concern is. Reach out to me, and we can schedule something for you. We don't really like to come up with the trainings that our tribes need, but we want to listen to you. This is another training that we had, and this was teaching our farmers and tribes how to be good financial managers, how to track your data. Oklahoma State joined us and provide them some software for the tribes and individual Indian producers that are in production, so they'll know how to capture the data. We've always been involved in career fairs. I know we haven't had a lot of those in the last 2 years, but I just want to plant that seed. If you have something come up, please let me know. If you have conservation days or activities coming up in the next summer or the spring, reach out to me. Our partner, the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council, is also sponsors those events. I see some of the names on here. Many of you are already aware that of the pollinator booklets, the pollinator posters, the American Indian poster, and even for our young is our storybook and coloring book on healthy soil. So we also wanted to share with you, if we had the chance to meet and talk with our future leaders, like in this photo, we're available to do that as well. I know within NRCS, there's probably over at least 32 different career categories that you can be in. This is another training that we attended. The young lady in the left, she's an Earth Team volunteer for NRCS. If you have youth within the tribe that would like to learn a little bit about what NRCS has, just reach out to me. They can be an Earth Team volunteer in their county. This is a photo of the seasonal high tunnels that Gary mentioned. I'm bringing this out to share with you. That's Chief Glenna Wallace and her staff, and one of their things was to get a seasonal high tunnel to start growing their culturally significant plants. And then they got another one to support their people's garden, if you will. So this came from a discussion with Chief Wallace, and we were able to make that happen with the leadership of Gary O'Neill, who provided some grants just for people's garden and seasonal high tunnels. Like Gary mentioned, those are going to be available under the EQIP, and I'll keep you posted when that tribal funding comes together. I like to show this picture here because we always think maybe about NRCS is all about soils and growing crops and all of that. But there's another part of us that like to bring our USDA agencies together. This is a school in a rural community, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. These are all the kids that were in FFA in 4-H there, and they didn't have a barn. The ag teacher was taking animals one at a time to their shows in a single horse trailer, and so they reached out to me, and I connected them to rural development, and then of course introducing them to reach out to Governor Anatoby to help the funding. I show this because it's a picture of our different partnerships. This was NRCS, rural development. Mass actually pulled the data for the census so that we could get it funded because there was a rock quarry in that area, so it actually shot up the economic income for those families that wasn't really there. So this can happen. They ended up with a trailer and a pickup, and were able to fundle the match money, which they could use for anything for a ag barn. So I like this little fellow. He was at a festival with us, and he was very wanted to let me know that he was Chickasaw and he's going to help feed our people in the future. I've always kept Brandon's photo so I could access him whenever I needed to. So with that, I just shared with you, we're all about helping people help the land. And so together we can thrive. And I don't have to tell any of you on this, joining us today, how important that partnership has played here in Oklahoma with our tribal communities, tribal leaders and tribes. You definitely have a impact on our youth. You have an impact joining us to preserve your lands for future generations. I've been very honored to work with so many of you, and then maybe next year when we join, I'll have some more photos of this year, of this coming year. And how that partnership also comes together is I got a call from the Cherokee Nation that wanted to do a drive-through seed giveaway for their elders. But like with COVID, there was a shortage of getting the seeds. So I reached out to Indian Country, and I was so proud to know that we had 6 tribes and 4 conservation districts, and Jane Breckenridge with the Uchi Butterfly Farm came through, and we had plenty of seeds for that drive-through event, which took place over 3 days. Once again, if you've got a conservation day, if you've got a fishing camp, if you've got any of that, reach out to me. I'll connect you with the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council, and many of you, I see your names on here, you've benefited from that. Just let me know. Our children are our future, and they have the task of taking care of our land for the next 7 generations. So I know I talk fast, but I also want to share with you our Nation to Nation meeting is being held with the Chickasaw Nation at the Artesian Hotel, August 15th, 16th. So many of you have already seen that. But I also want to share with you that USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service is also having a free training for tribes of Oklahoma to write your emergency response plans. I do want to tell you, I still have 15 scholarships and rooms available for that. So when we get off the call, if any of you missed that announcement, reach out to me with an email and I'll get all that data to you. So with that, what I'd like to do is I'm going to turn it over to Troy Marshall. Troy is with NASS. Always try to make Troy from NASA, but he won't let me do that. Troy is with a USDA National Agriculture and Statistics Service. Troy?
Thank you, Dr. Crouch, and thank you, ITEC, for allowing me to be here as well with the rest of the USDA team and other partners here in Oklahoma. So I will go through a quick PowerPoint, but one of the things that Dr. Crouch talked about is about partnerships and really highlighted that. And we're very fortunate. I've been to a lot of different states and worked in quite a few different states, and we're really fortunate here in Oklahoma to have a USDA partnership built the way that we do. As Dr. Crouch said, we like to include everybody and make sure that we're being a one-stop shop for our tribes and our tribal members. So, NRCS does a great job with conservation. That's where their role fits into that. But you'll hear from Farm Service Agency later, who does a great job with our loans, ag loans, and also with some of our subsidy programs that we have. Rural Development does a great job enhancing rural America. What USDA NASS does, National Ag Statistics Service, we are the ones that are tasked with collecting information for USDA. So we are tasked with getting information about production, inventory, different values, and even demographics. As you'll see in some slides here later, we're one of the few industries that really collect information about the people behind the industry itself. So those that are actually producing our food. So here at NASS, we do a bunch of annual reports, roughly about 400 annual reports. But today, what I want to spend most of my time on is our Census of Agriculture that's done every 5 years. So we started the census. If you go back and look at history, it went all the way back to the 1840s, and we actually have on our website some of that data that was published all the way back into those early to the mid 1800s. So you can actually see where that's came from. At that time, it was only 26 states and the District of Columbia, but now we're conducting this, and it includes all 50 states and then a lot of the territories that U.S. contains as well. So when you look at that, that's more than 3,000 U.S. counties and about 30,000 zip codes that we cover when we collect the Census of Agriculture. So we keep saying that Census of Agriculture. What does that really mean? Well, that's where we're taking a complete count of America's farms and ranches and the people that operate those. So well, okay, where does that kind of leave us? Well, when you start looking at what that means, we're looking at those farms that, for what USDA has determined since 1974 or 75, is that it's those that have the ability to produce or do produce $1,000 worth of agriculture goods within a year. So $1,000. So if you think about that, that's not really a whole lot, especially in today's terms of what agriculture products are when we go to the supermarket. So if you have the ability to do that, you would qualify as a farm. So what does a Census of Agriculture mean for us? Well, it's definitely a very complete data set of agriculture. The good thing about this, it's collected all across the country at the same time, asking the same questions, and it's focused in on agriculture. So we're able to look at this and compare, Texas County and Oklahoma to any other county in some of the other states as well. Not only for economic value or production values, but we can also look at demographics, as we'll see here later on in the presentation. We look at different producer characteristics. ownerships, age of producer, demographics, production practices. We just heard from NRCS and some of the practices they do. Some of the questions that we asked specifically about on there about cover crops and tillage practices that are really pertinent to what NRCS does. We asked some different income and expenditure information that's really pertinent to what Farm Service Agency does, and we ask about some of the programs that they have. So there's a magnitude of information that's collected from that. As I mentioned, it is those that farms that produce at least $1,000 worth of agriculture goods. Now that last part, don't get hung up on that too much, normally would have been sold during the census year. So basically all that's saying is, if you were to buy, have a few head of cattle the end of this year, if you were normally would have sold those, they would be over, if you had a certain number, they would be over that $1,000 of value. So that's basically what that tagline at the end means. So why is this important? And why is it important to you as tribes and tribal members to be a part of the Census of Agriculture that's done every 5 years? Well, it does give you a voice. We know that agriculture is important. We've seen that time and time again, that agriculture has been the basis for tribes over history. They were the first actual producers and farmers that went through and was able to cultivate this land and grow valuable products for us, whether that's for food in general or medicine or fiber. They were the first ones to be able to produce this. But this is your voice. Our Census Agriculture is a voice to show that value and the importance to all, not only the U.S. and other industries, but also around the world. When we start going through, it really shows that importance of those different parts under the agriculture industry. So yes, food is a big part of that. However, we also know that fuel and fiber is a piece of that too, that fund or that encompass a lot of what agriculture does. It also entails a lot of industries that touch the outsides of agriculture, like transportation, different policies and programs, production practices, and different new technologies. So it will voice some of those parts of the agriculture industry as well. It also provides a future. When we start looking at how it brings us forward into our future times, the data that we collect out of the Census of Agriculture helps set some of the standards for what comes forward in the future, whether that be different governmental programs, maybe community planning, maybe some different businesses where they want to locate to help within the farm industry. It also has a big impact on budget as well. If there is farm programs, where are they allocated to? We want to make sure that we get that grants or cost shares to the right folks. So we want to make sure that those money get allocated to the right places. It's also an opportunity to make a difference. And I have a slide that kind of shows that here later in the presentation. But one of the things that I want to make sure that we cover is that this is protected by federal law. Anything that's given to USDA NASS is only used for statistical purposes. It cannot be used to be held against you. It's not used, it even goes as far as Title V and Title VII saying that it cannot be used against you in the court of law. It can't be subpoenaed. The only way that it is used is in a combined fashion where we can show the importance of agriculture. So there's strength in numbers, and I want to show a little bit of that from the 2017 Census of Agriculture. So when we look at, just Oklahoma in general, I do have the whole U.S. map up there. Each one of those green dots is $10 million. So when you start looking at value of production, Oklahoma alone had $7.5 billion of total value of agriculture production. And when I say that we can compare this, on the right, there's a table that's looking at all those counties within Oklahoma and what that TVP is in our top 10 counties within Oklahoma. But we can do that to every state. We can look at every county across the country to be able to compare where that comes in at. As I mentioned, we're one of the few industries that actually look at the demographics behind our production as well. So when we look at agriculture producers, we can actually hone in specifically on those that have American Indian, Alaska Native operators. So when we look at that, Oklahoma did have the largest number of operations with American Indian operators in 2017. And how did we do that? Well, I want to show this slide, and it's something to show that we had a dramatic increase between 2012 and 2017. Now, we all know that we didn't have a big influx of Native American producers in those years. But what happened? Well, meetings like this, we've been able to partner with different partners around Oklahoma to say, like, being a part of ITEC or being partnering with OTAC to come in and show the importance of having this information and encouraging producers not only to report, but also to self-report as being American Indian producers so that we can show the importance of what they're doing. Again, we collect all sorts of information. One that always gets talked about quite a bit is the age of producers. In Oklahoma, in the 2017 census, we saw the average age of producers, of all producers, was 57 years of age. When we break that down and look at it as of those that were reported as American Indian, it was only 52.9. Now, I say only, but that's a very increased age. And if we look at all these different charts out of the pie, and starting here with the youngest and going around to the oldest, you can see there's quite a bit of that population that is on the older side. So there's been some different programs that's put into place to encourage new and beginning producers to be a part of agriculture. We also ask information even about internet. So we do have information that's driven around what type of internet producers have. And again, we can look at that not only by all producers, but we can also look at those by different demographics, and specifically those that were American Indian. So we can see internet availability was slightly higher with American Indian operators, but we can see most of that came from mobile broadband. So those are probably going to be more driven around cell phones or that type of internet, hotspots, those type of things. So even though they may have access, it may not be as the best quality of internet that would be available. So we have information that is available for that. So I want to take a second and just note, where do you find all this? So we have all this information that goes all the way back into the 1800s. You can actually find this on our website. So www.nas.usda.gov. And within that, there's a tab up there that's specific to the census. And you can go in and select all the different censuses that we have over the past. But one of the main tools that I wanted to point out that I find most useful, we actually do profiles based off race, ethnicity, and gender. So you can find, and at the county level. So we can actually find, this is one for all of Oklahoma. You can actually see what contributions that American Indian or Alaska Native producers did in Oklahoma, not only by the number of farms or the amount of land, but also TVP, different farm practices, different tillage practices, what the use of land is. So there's a magnitude of information that's available there. So what's next? Well, we are preparing for our 2022 Census of Agriculture, and today I ask you to, for you as a tribal member, a tribal leader, or a tribal employee, or even just an agriculture operator themselves, partner with us to help us encourage the importance of responding to the Census of Agriculture. We do have, I'll show in a minute where you can see some different partner material, but we want to make sure that everyone gets counted. So when it comes time to do that, encourage that response as well. So some of those dates to remember as we come through, we do have the census mailout will be on November 21st, 2022. Our first major deadline will be on February 6th, 2023. And then we'll be finishing collecting that information, have some follow-up, phone follow-up, all the way through to the summer of 2023. And then we'll start doing our analysis phase in late 2023. And then in February of 2024 is when that census data is available. So we'll have a whole new data set of information to provide to all our data users. So again, we have some partner tools. If you go to our website under that Ag Census, on the left side, we do have a partner tool tab where you can connect and see kind of what's coming. We have some different fact sheets, some different buttons and flyers. And then also we do have a Twitter page that can be followed. But the bottom line is, if you have any questions, my number and email is on there as well. Please reach out. You know, if there's some data that you're needing towards working towards some sort of grant or proposal or anything like that, please reach out. I'm happy to try to connect you some of that data that we have to help support, to show the need of why you need that or why it's important to your area or the lack of it. I'm happy to help connect you to that data so that we can put some information in there, some facts to show the importance of what's going on in your local area. So I appreciate the time today. Thank you, Dr. Crouch, for including me, and thank you, ITEC, for allowing me to speak today. I'll pass it back to you, Dr. Crouch.
Okay, thank you very much, Troy. And I know a lot of the tribes also write for a lot of grants. And I've got a couple handful of times that Troy's been very valuable to grant writers within the tribe. So please keep that in mind. Troy mentioned the internet or broadband. We know one of our other partners, Rural Development, has funding for that. I know Troy stepped in there and provided that data. It was NAS that stepped in with the little high school with that data in order to make that fit a grant. So we're all here eager to work with you and provide you the information that you need. So with that, I'm going to introduce Maddie Allwine. Maddie is with the Farm Service Agency, and Maddie's kind of my counterpart at the Farm Service Agency. And like Troy mentioned, we have a great working relationship with our USDA agencies. NRCS may not have a program, but maybe FSA does, or Rural Development, and Troy can assist all of us. So that, Maddie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Crouch mentioned, my name is Maddie Allwine. I'm the State Outreach Coordinator and Communications Coordinator for the Oklahoma Farm Service Agency. A little bit about the Oklahoma Farm Service Agency. We strictly serve Oklahoma, so it's a USDA agency and it covers every state. However, we're your point of contact for Oklahoma specifically. We have 59 county offices, and those 59 county offices service all 77 counties. We offer different safety net programs for agricultural producers to help provide stability to rural communities as well as the Oklahoma economy. As Troy mentioned, agriculture is very important for the Oklahoma economy, and we're here to kind of help support it through everything, whether it's through disaster, insurance programs, loan opportunities, or anything other kind of under that umbrella. We have a lot going on with FSA right now, so I'm going to try and touch base on everything. However, my best advice that I can give you is to go contact your county office if you have any specific questions about your operation. We have 31 different programs, which doesn't include our ad hoc programs or our loan programs. So with all of that going on, we have about 40 programs that can roll on throughout the year, depending on the situation of the economy or different climate triggers that go on across the state. So I'm going to kind of give you just a brief overview. Not everything will pertain to your operation. However, if you think that it might, please feel free to reach out to either me or your county office. If you're not sure where to find your county office, you can always reach out to me. My contact information will be at the conclusion of this presentation, and I will be sure to get you in contact with those that you'll need to speak with. So kind of the big thing that we've got going on right now in Oklahoma is drought. Everybody kind of knows it. We have, I think it's about 92% of the state has been triggered in a D2 or D3 drought, which has triggered one of our programs, LFP. LFP is the Livestock Forage Program. This is a program for livestock producers, which provides compensation to livestock producers who suffer grazing losses due to drought. This is the way that this one works is it gets triggered by the U.S. Drought Monitor. So after 8 consecutive weeks of a D2 drought or a D3 drought, then the county will trigger for LFP. The whole county doesn't have to trigger for the whole county doesn't have to be in a D3 drought for it to trigger for the entire county. So if there's just a sliver of 5,000 acres in that county that triggered for LFP, then the entire county is eligible. This is kind of to help provide some compensation to feed costs. So the idea behind this is if you don't have enough grass to sustain your cattle due to drought, this is to kind of help cover the purchase of hay in order to provide it out to them. Now on the topic of hay, I understand that this is a hot topic. We do not disperse, we cannot source you out hay. That's not what we do. However, ELAP, Emergency Livestock Assistance Program, that is another program that kind of helps cover the cost of hay or water transportation to livestock producers. If you have cattle that you have on a pond and that pond is dried up and you typically never have to transport them water, we can offer transportation costs for the water hauling. If you have cattle due to drought that have no hay or that have no, have no forage and you have to go somewhere else to get hay, we can pay you per loaded mile a specific rate in order to help compensate those costs. We understand diesel's real high right now, and so we're doing what we can in order to help make ends meet just a little bit, as we understand that it's really tough right now. Now we're going to touch base on LIP. This is our Livestock Indemnity Program. This is if you have livestock deaths in excess of normal mortality rates, and this isn't just for drought. So, so it would have to be under an eligible circumstance or an eligible adverse weather event. So, for instance, the terrible weather in this the 2021 winter storm that we had. There were a lot of cattle, unfortunately, that died due to the cold. That's an eligible loss. Something about LIP. You have to file your notice of loss within 30 days. And then after that, you have until the following year, 60 days after the first of the following year, to complete your application. But we have to have that notice of loss in 30 days. So with livestock programs, I know that's a lot of information, and there's a lot of different things that we have going on regarding livestock and how to help assist and make those ends meet for livestock producers. Please make sure that you get in there and you keep your records straight and you update your records with FSA. If your program, one county that has not triggered for LFP is Pottawatomie County. So if you're located in Pottawatomie County and you have not triggered for LFP, but you kind of anticipate that you might have, like the rain just skipped over y'all and you anticipate that you may trigger, please go in now and update your cattle records. That will really help expedite the process in order to get your payment, and it will also help your county offices as well. The LFP application deadline is January 30th of 2023. So just because it's January 30th of 2023, we recommend that you go in as soon as you possibly can to be sure that your records are updated and that you can also get your payment as quickly as possible. Real quickly on ELAP, the Emergency Livestock Assistance Program, honeybees are considered livestock for us. So if you're having to transport sugar water to your honeybees because they're eating their honey, or you're having honeybee losses, or in the winter, if things don't grow right and we don't have enough honey storage for those honeybees to make it through the winter, ELAP is a program for you as well. So if you're a honeybee producer, ELAP isn't just for cattle, bison, goats. ELAP is also for honeybees as well. So, and farm raised fish. So if you have any of those under that, it's kind of a broad program. And that may help you as well with all of that. Now we're going to get into some of our crop programs. Again, this is just a really brief overview, and we can go into more depth with your county office. But we have our emergency CRP hanging grazing. This is for land that's in CRP, but due to a severe drought, then you may graze that land or hay that land for your livestock. I want to touch base real quickly on ECP. That's not on there. ECP is our Emergency Conservation Program. I'm not sure if anybody's out in this webinar is out in Western Oklahoma. However, Western Oklahoma has been riddled with some wildfires. So our Emergency Conservation Program can provide emergency funding to help rehabilitate farmland. And that can include rebuilding fences, emergency water conservation measures, or other conservation structures that burned during the fire. So if that's one of those programs, if unfortunately a fire went through your land and you need help rebuilding and rehabilitating that land so you can get it going for the next following year, please reach out to your county office, because that's what we're here for. Is we're here for the producer. Now, on that note, ECP note, the floods of 2019 out there in eastern Oklahoma, many of you may have taken advantage of that program. So it's not just for wildfires. It's if there's a flood that goes through and it just completely demolishes all of your fences, ECP may also be a program for you. So keep that one in mind. Hopefully we never have to use it, but it's farming, anything can happen. And that's just something to kind of keep in mind. CRP, this is more of a Western Oklahoma program. This is for establishing long-term resource conserving practices on highly erodible land. So this is a 10-year contract, 10 or 20-year contract for land that is highly erodible. And this is to kind of help conserve some of that. Our NAP. NAP is our non-insured crop assistance program. This is our insurance program for crops that are not typically covered under the RMA. So this is hay, this is alfalfa, this is tomatoes, these are herbs, these are mushrooms, watermelons, cantaloupes, cucumbers. So anything of that, if that's what you choose to produce, or if that's part of your production, this is you pay into this. However, as an underserved producer, you can fill out a form and be waived of this fee. NAP is the only program that we have that you have to pay into. Unless you're an underserved producer, you may be eligible for a waiver. Our ARC PLC, agricultural risk coverage or price loss coverage, this is for our small grain producers. If you cut wheat, or if you go into other small grains, this is intended as an income support program that will provide payment when the crop revenue declines below a specific level. That's the ARC portion. Or you have the PLC portion, which is to provide support payments when effective price for a covered commodity falls below its effective reference price. So each year, when this comes around, you'll have to go to your county office and you can elect for your grain if you want to go under the ARC program or the PLC program. So it's kind of a little bit of a gamble on if you think that your yields are going to be lower or if you think that the price is going to fall. So, but that's kind of how we help support. That's one of our price support programs on that commodity. Now we have our emergency relief program, or ERP is what we call it, ERP. And this is kind of a new program. Some of you may be familiar with our program WIP Plus. This is not WIP Plus, however, it's very similar to WIP Plus. This is a top-up payment for some crop losses due to qualifying natural disasters. This is self-certification if you claimed on your RMA coverage that you lost your wheat due to drought. that's an eligible loss condition. And this will cover losses to crops, trees, bushes, and vines. So if there's anybody that is in a winery, this program may also be for you. Phase 1 has just been extended. However, phase 1 was where we sent pre-filed applications. So some of you may have already gotten those applications. Phase 2 is where now it takes a little bit more. This is when you apply. Phase 2 covers NAP insurance. And so the crops that were covered under NAP are part of phase 2. This does require you to buy up insurance the following year as well. Now we get into the fun stuff. I'm not sure if this little bubble is in top. Okay, there we go. Emergency loans. This is kind of one of those things. You have to be in a county that's been declared of an emergency state. I believe, to the extent of my knowledge at this time, all counties are currently eligible for some sort of emergency loan. Now, every county has different trigger dates on that. And so that's something to kind of consider, is if it's been a certain period since your emergency declaration, you may no longer be eligible. However, I would recommend that you contact your farm loan office and ask them about emergency loans. This is to, like I said, help rehabilitate land and recover from either physical loss due to any natural disasters. This has a loan maximum of $500,000. Now we have our guaranteed loan program. This is where we partner with our bank and other lenders. FSA will guarantee the loss up to 90 to 95% in some special cases. So if you're looking for more money than our direct loans have to offer, the guaranteed loan is for you. That has a loan maximum of $1.8 million. Our direct loans, we have 5 different categories of direct loans. We have our farm ownership loan, our farm operating loan. We have our micro loans for each of those, as well as our youth loan. Our farm ownership loan, it kind of is what it sounds like. It's to help purchase a farm or enlarge an existing farm. A direct loan through that has a loan maximum of $600,000. And then on the same, you kind of have a streamlined option as well. If you're looking for just a little bit to help pay for some closing costs, the micro farm ownership loan may be your option. That has a loan maximum of $50,000. The farm operating loan, these are used to pay for normal operating expenses. On this one, we have a couple of different options. I'm going to go back real quick. The ownership loan has a loan term of up to 40 years. The farm operating loan, we have a couple of different loans we can do. One loan, we have a 7-year note, and this is to kind of, if you're looking to buy some pears and start rolling that way, that would fall under a 7-year note. However, if you're looking to buy some fertilizer for your crop this year, or if you're looking for seed for your crop this year, that would be under a 1-year note. You can either have a loan maximum of $400,000 through FSA, or you can take the micro loan option with that, which has a direct loan or has a loan maximum of $50,000. Now, our final one that I don't have on this PowerPoint, however, that's called our youth loan. This is a loan that's specifically for our youth that are ages of 10 to 20 years of age. This is to help them with an FFA project. This is to help them start up their own, if they want to start with pigs, or if they want to start a show chicken breeding program, or if they want to start a cattle operation, or if they want to go the next route and they want to do specialty crops and start their own farmers market. They can do, that's what this is for. It's a $5,000 loan maximum, and after the student pays that off, they can get another loan after that, and they can kind of help rebuild. I've met several people with my time with FSA that have used this FSA loan as a youth, and one individual was able to pay for his college after he started building up his cattle herd when he was 12 years old. Sold them right before he went to college, and he paid for his college in a brand new pickup. So this is a really helpful program. It requires the student to either work with a 4-H, FFA leader, FFA advisor, or a different tribal organization. And so this is one of those situations as well. If you have a different organization that does not fall under FFA or 4-H, you would speak with your farm loan manager and say, hey, this is our organization. How can we make it work? And this is when we'll kind of talk to you and we'll say, this is why this won't work, or this is how we can make this work. Our goal is to help everybody be successful. We're not going to lend to a business plan that's not going to work. because our goal isn't for people to get money and not be able to actually repay it back. So our goal is to expand agriculture, and through that comes with accurate business plans. The youth loan is very beneficial for youth because they have to learn how to develop a business plan. And they will work directly with their advisor in order to help continue to stay on track and continue to help their operation as well as repay that in the future.
Maddie, we lost your sound. I don't know if you muted her.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Troy. So again, my phone number is 405-742-1146, and my email is madeline.aline@usda.gov. If anybody has any questions from anything throughout this PowerPoint or presentation, or if anybody has any issues with any county offices, please feel free to reach out to me. On the state level, we don't necessarily have the producer experience walking into the county office. And so if you have a negative experience, please immediately reach out to us and let us know, and so we can make corrective action. That is one of our short-term goals, because we hope long-term it's no longer an issue if we manage to fix all the issues that people come up with us. So if you have any issues or any negative experiences, please come forward. Same thing if you have a positive experience. If you have a great experience with your county office, we love to hear it. We're here to help. We want to help our producers. Many of our county employees are producers themselves, so they understand your struggle, and they also are willing to do whatever they can to help the operations work, because everybody with FSA is passionate about agriculture. So again, if you guys have any questions, I would like to make a quick little note of our COC our nomination period just closed. However, so our COC is our county committee. This is a group of advisors that are elected advisors that are about 3 to 5 people per county. This is how we kind of make our national programs relate on the county level. The national comes out with a handbook and they say, okay, make it work. And it's up to our county committee to say, this is how we're going to make it work for our county and make it relevant for our producers in our county. There are different LAAs, which is a dividing boundary within each county, depending on agriculture, water resources, or any other thing that's determined by the COC. So on November 7th, everybody will be producers will be mailed ballots. And then on December 5th, that is when the election closes. Something cool that this administration has done that has just kind of started is that tribal landowners within the LAA, whether you are a producer or a participant within our FSA programs, is an eligible voter. So if you are not with our FSA programs and you're not a producer, however, you're a tribal citizen within the LAA that is up for election, then you are eligible to go to your county office and vote for your COC members. So if anybody has any questions on that, please let me know. However, our COC is very important, and I wanted to let you guys know that the tribal landowner law that we notice that we have going on at the moment. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to email me. Thank you, Dr. Crouch, for having me. I really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Maddie, for sharing. And Maddie touched quite a bit on the youth loan. And just to reflect back on the kiddos in front of their new FFA truck and trailer, I know 7 of those got FSA youth loans 3 years consecutively, and 2 are in their final year of that school. So, you know, it does make a difference. Sometimes just asking the right question can open up that door, and it also illustrates our strong partnership. So one of our other partners that I am honored to introduce to you is Jane Breckenridge. Jane is the director for the Tribal Alliance for Pollinators. Jane and I started working, we can't count back that far, just say a long time, and have got some wonderful results. And So we've invited Jane to share that with you guys, because we know the tribes are even doing tox-free zones in front of all their administrative buildings and things like that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jane.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crouch. And let me see if I can share my screen here. I'm not used to, there we go. I think I'm here. Let's see if that'll go. And
Got it, Jade.
okay, there we go. Are we good? Can you still see it?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so again, thank you so much, Dr. Crouch. Thank you, ITEC. Thank you, everybody, for allowing us, me, to come here to talk today about the work that we're doing. So I am Jane Breckenridge, and I'm the director of the Uchi Butterfly Farm, in addition to being the director of the Tribal Alliance for Pollinators. Uchi Butterfly Farm is located on my great-grandmother's original allotment, which we're in far southeast Tulsa County. She was deeded it in 1899 when she was 16 years old, and our family has been continuously farming that land since there. I think the 5th generation to farm the land, the first to be farming butterflies there. We really are a real working butterfly farm, and our farm is home to something that we call the Natives Raising Natives Project, which we launched about 10 or more years ago to use butterfly farming to accomplish 3 goals. The first is to provide sustainable economic development for our Muskogee Nation citizens, particularly down in the southern part of the reservation. The second goal is to provide a hands-on STEM and science learning opportunity for our Native youth and through the butterfly farming. And then the third goal is to use the butterflies raised in the program to promote awareness of the need to conserve and protect and restore those ecosystems and plants which support our threatened butterflies and our threatened pollinators. So today my talk actually starts with a butterfly, or rather actually hundreds of millions of butterflies that were missing from the monarch population back in the winter of 2013-2014. Monarchs had been declining for a while, and then they hit the lowest point over that winter. So just to have a context for how dire things were, you had in the fall of '96, you had over 900 million monarchs make that journey all the way down to Mexico. And then by the fall of 2013, we had less than about 40 million that were making that journey. So since then, the population has recovered a little bit, but it continues to be in terrible, terrible, terrible trouble. For us, knowing the work that we were already doing for conservation as a part of the Natives Raising Natives Project, we knew that Oklahoma had a very important, critical role actually to play on the monarch migration. The returning butterflies coming back from Mexico in the spring need to come up to Oklahoma and Texas to find milkweed to lay their eggs on. Otherwise, the migration is over before it's even ever started. And then the butterflies coming back in the fall, which are the great-grandchildren of those ones that came up in the spring, they all funnel down through Oklahoma on their way to Mexico. And these butterflies are making a journey flying up to 3,000 miles. They have to not only fuel up enough to make that epic, pretty miraculous journey, but also to get enough fat reserves to live off all winter long. Because when they're roosting in the overwintering grounds, they will not feed at all. They just have to live on those fat reserves. So as they come through Oklahoma, they have to find adequate food sources. And in the spring, we're going to need the milkweeds and the nectar sources. In the fall, we need the nectar sources. So USDA, actually NAS, identified back in 2014 what the priority zones were for trying to recover the monarch population if we were going to save it. And there was Oklahoma square in the middle of the bullseye. So because we were already working with tribes and we knew that there was a commitment from tribes to use their lands to help save monarch butterflies, we were able to, with the assistance of our NRCS State Tribal Liaison, Dr. Carol Crouch, to put together a coalition to try and do something about this, to literally create a monarch migration trail on tribal lands through Oklahoma. This group that came together with Dr. Crouch's assistance, this coalition we built, was 7 tribes, Chickasaw Nation, Seminole Nation, Osage Nation, Muskogee Nation, Eastern Shawnee, and Miami Nation and Citizen Potawatomi Nation. We were also fortunate, besides the assistance of NRCS, to have Monarch Watch as one of our partners with this. My co-director of that initial project was Dr. Chip Taylor, who's the founder of Monarch Watch and the Monarch created the Monarch Way Station, created the Monarch Tagging Program. He's a tremendous resource, and to have him come here and assist us with this project was really amazing. One of the things he said early on when we were trying to talk about this, though, is that if we were going to do this, we had to increase the capacity for this work in this region. So by that, as I came to understand, we had to learn how to do monarch habitat conservation, and we had to spread that information to enough folks that we could really get a lot of work done quickly. So to that end, we created Tribal Environmental Actions for Monarchs. And we started out initially, we had a very small grant from Monarch Joint Venture, and then followed by a larger grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We also had critical support from NRCS, from the Chickasaw Nation Cultural Center, Horticultural Department, and the Tishomingo National Wildlife Refuge staff. By the numbers, what the initial team project, which lasted 3 years, did is 7 tribes came together to restore 350 acres. They planted over 50,000 milkweed plants back. They were native milkweeds, the Asclepias viridis, and they grew out, they collected seeds and then grew out and replanted over 30,000 native nectar wildflowers. And then we created a seed bank, a native plant seed bank, to try and do this restoration work. And initially, during that 3-year project period, we got 154 native wildflower species seed banked in there. So this initial effort was so successful that it created a demand and a need for a much larger organization, which was Tribal Alliance for Pollinators, or TAP as we call it. So what is TAP? Basically, the role of TAP, we are the only native-led nonprofit organization in the country that is working on grassland restoration. So our function as an organization is to assist tribes and tribal members with restoring native plants to their lands, whether it's for environmental reasons, because they love monarch butterflies and want to save them, because they're worried about the pollinator crisis, because their important cultural plants are disappearing, because the plants that are important for traditional foods are disappearing. Whatever the reason, bring the soil back to health, adapt to climate change. There's a lot of reasons to do this. Prevent drought and erosion, all sorts of reasons to do this, but it's our job as an organization to be boots on the ground out there assisting tribes and tribal members of this work, and to fill in, agencies do a great job. They do have a limit on staff. We're there to help fill in the gaps if any gaps are there. So the TAP is based at the Uchi Butterfly Farm. He lives there for free, which helps the budget of the nonprofit. What we do is provide technical training, supplies, and support, and we provide all of it at no cost, again, for tribes and tribal members. So we do hands-on workshops, we do conferences, we have a seed bank, equipment, how-to videos, webinars. We do small workshops. This is one at the farm recently. And we do large traditional style conferences at College of Muskogee Nation. We've adapted during COVID to bringing our conferences and our workshops outdoors. We're very, very fortunate that with the setup at the farm that we can do that really easily. So we do field trainings. It's Blaine Stacy, and that was somebody that Dr. Crouch recommended and made that connection for us so that he could come out and provide field training and identifying non-native invasives for one of our workshops there. We do hands-on training in how to grow out these native plants. With what we were doing early on, Dr. Chip Taylor felt that it was important for the work that we were specifically doing with this project with restoration on tribal lands that we use locally sourced seeds to restore what had been lost there. And even if we get seeds, for a coneflower and we order them from someplace else, that's great. And it is good pollinator support, but we're trying to restore back what was lost to these lands, particularly because a lot of these plants are sacred for cultural reasons. So with that being said, the TAP protocol is we don't just go and scatter seeds out for most of the seeds we work with. They're so scarce and we have so few of them that we actually grow them out in our hoop houses and then provide the plants, which have a better chance of survival. If we scatter the seeds out, probably 80% of them will go to mice and birds, which is all good and well for the ecosystem, but not great if we only have 100 seeds of that plant. So we teach people how to stratify and grow these plants out. Our seed bank is something we're particularly proud of. We have now 225 species of native plants in there, native species of native plants. It is the largest native plant seed bank in the state of Oklahoma. It is the only, as far as I know, intertribal native seed bank really in North America. So many of the seeds that we have in there, they're all locally sourced. It's all kept scientifically. Everything is categorized and classified by Bailey's ecoregions. We work with the botanist over at University of Oklahoma on the protocols for this. But then when we're providing them back to the tribes and tribal members, we want to try and provide you back with seeds that come from as close as possible to where you'll be putting your restoration site in. The seeds in our seed bank, some come from wild collection, and we're always very careful as we do that. We never take anything that is endangered, and we only take less than 20% of what is available at any place because we want to be able to do this restoration work. We don't want to damage those threatened ecosystems. One of the things we've done to help with that is we now have 25 native plant seed production beds at the farm. So for seeds that are very, very popular or hard to collect in the wild, we're now raising those at the farm. And again, they go into the seed bank and then are available at no cost. One of the things that's assisted in this effort is with the assistance of National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We got a commercial seed cleaner about 3 years ago with a grant from them. It's a little $10,000 toy. I'm very excited about it. It's changed things. The guys on our staff always refer to the seed cleaner as the employee of the year because it's reduced their labor for this endeavor by 90% just on the seed cleaning business. So it's, and we will provide clean seeds for any tribe or tribal member. We do suggest a donation of 10% of your seeds back to our seed bank, which then again, it's nonprofit, but we're happy to help anybody else with this work because having done it by hand for a long time, we know it's a lot of work. We also use those seeds then to be able to facilitate seed exchange between tribes in the same ecoregion. So if somebody is having problems with the plant that's important, that's disappearing, we try and help facilitate that sharing and those clean seeds. One of the other things that is important part of TAP in our operation is we have 2 seasonal high tunnels that are devoted just to native plant production. Then we have a 3rd seasonal high tunnel that was through an NRCS grant that is used for food production and for training about pollinator support that way. So these seasonal high tunnels are an amazing. I am always ready to be the first person to do testimonials about them because they are just incredible. For us, it's not only a place to raise plants, we use it as a teaching facility to teach people how to use them effectively. Even for language instruction, that's Yuchi Language Project. They're helping transplanting and using it as an opportunity to build Yuchi language skills. Once the hoop houses become so crowded, a lot of the plants have to move outside, and we're all set up to do that. Every year we produce 20 to 30,000 native plants and milkweeds that are then provided to tribes and tribal members at no cost. As far as I know, I think for the last couple of years anyway, we are the largest native plant producer in the state of Oklahoma, which is pretty shocking considering what a small operation we are. But we've been, again, fortunate having NRCS and other partners to assist us. With those plants, when we provide them, we're not a landscaping service, but we do provide assistance in installing those at the restoration sites on site. That's a training exercise, and we want to make sure after all that work to grow those plants that it's done correctly and that our partners are learning how to do this so that then that information can be shared and passed forward. One of the other things TAP has is a lending library of equipment, and that for this work, you can borrow any piece of equipment needed to do the plant installation or raising at no cost. For us, there's a lot of benefits to intertribal collaboration. We can share and maximize resources, whether it's technical knowledge, equipment, or seeds. There's enhanced funding opportunities as a coalition of tribes versus one tribe. And I don't think that this should be true, but I've noticed, unfortunately, that it is, that people listen more when many tribes are speaking together with one voice. I think it was one of the lessons from Standing Rock is people pay a lot more attention. So, when we started this project and we're doing monarch habitat restoration at Citizen Potawatomi Nation at the Eagle Aviary, that event was picked up by the Washington Post, Huffington Post. It was picked up in the International Wire Service. If it was just one tribe planting a little milkweed to help monarchs, it probably wouldn't have happened. And we continue to see this. We actually had something very cool happen last month. We had National Geographic. We had two international award-winning photojournalists from National Geographic who came out and spent a week covering the restoration work that the tribes are doing. And it's going to be part of a major feature article in December 2023 issue of National Geographic. So that was pretty cool to see that this work that we're doing, it's hot and it's tiring and it's hard, but people, it's getting attention and people are supporting it. So I'll just end with one thing. Early on when I was working on this project and got to know Dr. Chip Taylor, founder director of Monarch Watch, one of the things he said a lot, and he sort of muttered it. He didn't say it to me. He would just say it as we were driving around Oklahoma to meet with tribes. Say, if I was a little butterfly, where would I find something to eat? And I thought it was kind of a crazy thing to say, but it started, I started seeing it through the eyes of an insect ecologist too. And as I looked around, I started thinking, if I was a little butterfly, where would I find something to eat? Because it's not there. It's not even there. Growing up in Oklahoma, I love to see those big green pastures with the cattle. So many of those are non-native grasses, and we've lost our native wildflowers in too many places. So, if we're going to save our monarch butterflies, if we're going to save our pollinators, they need something to eat. We all do. So these beautiful native grasslands, to try and bring them back, the beautiful native wildflowers, that's what we'd like to do. And it doesn't have to be, it can be small. It can be like at our farm, it's a great training site because you can see how you can use these natives and these high value nectar plants just in a conventional planting. So if you want to know more, triballianceforpollinators.com, or you can always contact me at my email address or at the farm website. So let's see if I can get out of here and stop sharing. Okay, there, I think I'm out.
All right. Thank you so very much, Jane, and for all of my speakers that joined us today. It's a great group of speakers to work with. I think we're right on time. If I'm correct in wrapping up this, I know that we threw a lot of valuable information your way, so I will make sure that you have the NRCS contact list, the last slide of Jane's contact list, all the PowerPoints that were presented, and the FSA contact list and their PowerPoint. I think Maddie shared the number of offices they have. Maddie and I are continuously updating that and trying to keep up with any staff changes. So on behalf of all of our speakers, does anyone have a final question? I know we're right at 11 o'clock, but if you do, I'll ask our moderator if they want to put them in the chat, or you can just email them to me. I don't know if there's probably another session coming on right after ours. So we're here to meet the needs of our tribal nations and tribal communities. Reach out to us. I mean, it could be a little school wanting to know how they could feed the chicks that we're fixing to hatch, and then what that conversation led to. So we're here for the conversation. We're here to listen to you. So you guys, most of you, I see all the names in here. I've been working with y'all for a while, and I'm going to wait because I hope that maybe in November at the TECO meeting, maybe we'll get to come together again at that time. So I'll make sure we get all the data.
This is Sean. We have till 11:30 on this session. If you do have anything else to add, I don't know if you did or not. I just didn't want you to think that you had to finish by 11. So we just have 30
I'm
more minutes
sorry.
if you guys need to add anything.
Oh,
And
yeah.
also,
Are you asking me to talk for 30 more minutes? I can always do that. No, but what I do want to do is that we did talk a little bit about making those partnerships and with our producers and working with Jane and the pollinators. So, Troy, do you have that video that we could show pretty handy right now? I like to show this because I know I showed it to Jane and at another conference, and Jane didn't even know that we had it. But this is where you wonder, why are we talking so much about producers and tribes and conservation? This video is a great example of NRCS working with a producer who also was conscious of the monarch butterflies. So is Troy still with us?
Yep, I'm getting it queued up.
Oh, okay. So I think it's a short story, but it brings into light how those partnerships work and and you'll wonder, you may be doing little things like Jane talked about in your own flower beds and that sort of thing, but it can make a huge difference. She heard Gary talk about addressing resource concerns, what NRCS does, addressing those resource concerns. And a lot of times when we address those resource concerns, it also can be beneficial in more ways than one. So, Tori, are you about ready, or are you still keying it up? Okay, here we go, guys. Enjoy.
Here we are at Lassiter Place is what we like to call it. It's between Davis and Sulphur, Oklahoma.
My name is Bruce Reynolds, and I currently rent the land. This land had been neglected for approximately at least 20 years. By that, I mean it was overgrazed. Too many cattle were running on here and allowed the cedars and other underbrush to kind of take over. Cedars are very invasive, but I've been working real closely with NRCS to restore this land. Our goal is to get as much native pasture, as many plant species as we can, we'd like to have. The problem with ranching cattle is that for a naturalist, they're called forbs. For a rancher, they're called weeds.
Ready to go? I'm Julie Hoffman. I am a naturalist at Lake Murray State Park and a rancher's girlfriend.
Julie and I are both very environmentally conscious. She more so than I. I always have to look at a bottom line. So it's nice to lease this place, but if I can't make any money on it, then I need to go spend my time doing something else.
The prairie and the pasture is where I really feel connected to and at home with. I don't know if I'm really even bringing much to the table other than don't mow that, don't cut that, don't spray that.
Together we make a really good pair as far as taking care of the place and trying to make it productive cattle-wise, as well as for the monarch butterflies and our bees.
Ecosystems definitely are being created.
Last spring, in spring of 2016, I saw a single monarch all spring in northern Oklahoma. Just one.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was
That
sad.
is bad.
And
It kind of
this
makes
year,
my heart hurt a little.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm Ray Moranz. I'm a pollinator ecologist with the Xerces Society and NRCS. Monarch conservation is a big focus of my work.
Notice the leaves of this one are very wide.
Right.
And sort of rounded. This is green antelope, horn milkweed, and the other one is spider milkweed, monarch slovenbuff. We could search it for eggs, and probably not going to find any, but we might. No, I'm not seeing any monarch eggs.
Turns out that Oklahoma is one of the most important states for monarch biology and conservation.
I was hoping they'd be on this really open one.
When folks think of what a butterfly looks like, they usually think of a large orange butterfly with black stripes. They think of monarchs. They're beautiful creatures, they have a fascinating life cycle, and they're certainly an important part of our natural heritage that most of us grew up with. But there are a lot fewer monarchs than there used to be.
So looking for other eggs. Don't see any.
About 7 or 8 years ago, there was a migration through this place. I was driving down the county road and literally stopped because there were so many coming across. And so that was pretty cool to see. I'd like to see that again.
I would too.
Their populations are declining, and something has to be done. And the alternative was we were staring at monarchs becoming an endangered species. When that occurs, if you find an endangered species on something, that just means you can't spray, you can't do wholly anything, hardly. The monetary side says we need to do this just so we don't get shut down completely. The other side of me says we need to do this because it's the right thing to do.
So here is the first monarch egg we found this morning. Shaped sort of like a football. Pretty soon this egg will turn dark, and then it'll turn into a tiny little caterpillar, very small, and that caterpillar will start eating this milkweed plant.
These areas used to be beautiful expanses of native tall grass and mixed grass prairie. And now they've become forests of cedar trees with very low diversity.
I knew that I had a problem on this place with cedars, and someone had told me that NRCS had funds available to help with that. This particular ground that we're clearing right now is part of the NRCS Monarch project. So after we've dozed them out, the second step is we just let them dry. Next spring, around February timeframe, then I can just light the match, and the fuel itself, the grass, will carry the flame. It'll be black.
I'm Brandon Chandler with the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I'm a district conservationist here in Oklahoma. What's really interesting about this place, Bruce, is you can really see your transition of progress from what you started 2 or 3 years ago. You still have areas that are still yet to go. So it's just this painted picture that you can see different stages.
Yeah, it kind of gives you hope. I was able to connect with them, get 5 years worth of contracts for cedar eradication, and then also for the prescribed fire. And then this last go around was specifically to improve monarch habitat. I felt the responsibility is I got to give them a hotel here to at least kind of lay over a little while. Right. And the fact that NRCS is willing to help me with that just makes it that much easier for me to go ahead and implement.
It's amazing. A female monarch can find milkweed plants that are an inch tall.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Just by sense of smell, they can smell the milkweeds, and then they land on it, and then they lay an egg.
Oh, my gosh.
It's really a miracle.
The cedars are being removed and they're being burned, and then you have this emergence of seeds that have possibly laid dormant for 25 to 30 years. That's the glory of burning. Is it a monarch? Sam, come here. I'll keep him up here. You go look.
There it goes.
Oh, yeah.
We've just found a monarch. She's been landing on these purple flowers over here. This is the kind of plant that we'd like to get a little more of out in the landscape to provide food for adult monarchs. Look over this way. We've got quite the display. In this part of Oklahoma, this might be just about perfect monarch habitat. They've got a plant that they can lay their eggs on so that the caterpillars will be able to survive, and then the female could fly a few inches over here and nectar on these flowers. This is moss verbena, and believe it or not, an egg that is laid today will become an adult butterfly in about 28 days.
This was heavily cedared, and so whenever we lit that fire, it's extremely hot. You can see on the hillsides where it looked like it just nuked it. These plants that you're seeing growing up here now is an old seed bank that was here. And so we get the flowering plants, and then eventually it progresses into the native grasses.
It's obviously had great effects.
I have to be honest, before coming here today, I wasn't sure how effective cedar removal would be for restoring monarch habitat. And I've seen with my own eyes how areas that were treated with a bulldozer, and then a prescribed fire was applied, and now that's some of the best monarch habitat I have ever seen, loaded with milkweeds and nectar sources. For every 100 monarch eggs laid, only one of them gets to become an adult. The other 99 get eaten by predators and parasites. It is a dangerous world out there. That's why it's important for us to have a lot of habitat to keep the life cycle going.
The positive impacts are present. The whole plan's coming together. It takes everybody working together to help get that done.
For a species that's declining, if we can bump their numbers, even in this little corner in southeast Oklahoma, I love it.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of like that video. It kind of illustrates how our partners come together. And there are probably a lot of producers or tribes have a lot of cattle, a lot of bison. You know, I know when Maddie was talking about their programs, some of you that just work in the environmental department and so forth might not be out on the landscape of the land of your tribal trust lands, but a lot of that is going on. So once again, I'm going to touch on a couple of things that I want to share with you. If you want to attend the USDA Animal, Plant, and Health Inspection Service training, there are still scholarships available. It will start at 8 o'clock on the 17th, the 18th, and conclude at 9, and that also includes your hotel stay. So send that to me. For all of my tribes that have in the past worked through me for the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council, they're already putting together a budget for next year. So if there are any of the tribes, I see some of you on the call that have actually gotten some of those funds from the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council for hot dogs, water, chips, whatever you need for the events that you're including youth in. It also, we help support the health fairs. We realize the health fairs bring in a lot of our elders and our youth for that, so we'll also help sponsor that. That sponsorship is $250 to $500. I think most of us know we can buy a lot of Gatorade and bottled water and some hot dogs to feed these kids. Once again, I've got the coloring books, the pollinator things that I can drop ship to you. I think, Troy, I'll turn it back to you to see if there's something you want to add. Are you adding in the chat?
Yeah, I just dropped the link to the training for the APHIS training that you can fill out on the forms. And then I'm getting ready to drop in the nation to nation as well. If you're interested in those, it'll have the information in there as well, and you can complete the form questionnaire for us.
Okay. And then Jane, do you have any events coming up that you would like to share?
So
I know
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so our next big event we're going to be having is we're going to have a pretty good sized TAP conference in mid-September. I think that's the third week in September. And we've not opened the registration yet, but please, I should send out a save the date. We've been kind of waiting to see what happens with the COVID thing, but we should be able to have it outdoors. That's what we did for our conference last September. If any of you happen to attend that, it actually turned out to be really incredible and really beautiful. We're set up well to do everything outdoors, and we got big HEPA filters inside. But it'll be a 3-day event, and we're bringing in a lot of great speakers, and we've got lots of travel scholarship money. So please consider joining us, because we would love to have you there. We also do a lot of one-day workshops as well. If you go to our the Facebook page for Tribal Alliance for Pollinators, we always post them there. We also have, if you go to the Tribal Alliance for Pollinators website, there's a place to sign up and get on our mailing list, and we'll send those out as well. We've been doing a lot of native bee work lately too. We've been fortunate to be partnering with the folks over at University of Oklahoma, doing some work there and doing some bee identification walks. And I don't know, there's lots of good stuff going on, and we'd love to have more folks join us. So remember, third week in September, and for those one-day workshops, we don't always give as much advance notice as we should, just because we're always short-staffed. But if you sign up on our Facebook page or on the email list, we can keep you posted on when our next events are.
Okay, thank you, Jane. And I keep a email box. Most of them are probably shaking their heads, like Monty and Nancy and all those that know I bombard them. I don't mean to, but I share a lot. Most of the time they'll look at mine because they know that we're sending them information that would be valuable to the tribe. So any closing remarks from Maddie or Troy?
No, just thanks for the opportunity to be here. And if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to any one of us and we'll get you connected to the right person.
Hey, Dr. Crouch, can I
Okay.
add one more thing? Can I add one more thing before I go?
Sure.
So one of the other projects that we've got going on right now that we're really hoping more tribes will join us with is we're partnering with a phenology project through South Central Climate Adaptation Service Center that is trying to track bloom times, changing bloom times, gather some data about how bloom times are changing so that we can better plan for restoration plantings to put the right plants there when the right pollinators are there. And so what we need is volunteers who might be willing to go out with Nature's Notebook or iNaturalist to be able to document some of these bloom times of these important pollinator plants on their lands. It's a great opportunity for youth to get involved in this as well. So April Taylor is working with us on this. It's a multi-state project being led by some scientists out of University of Arizona, but it's based, our part is based here in Oklahoma. So if anybody might be willing to do that, we'd be happy to either provide one-on-one training how to do it, or I can email you the training information. But we really need more people to participate in that. So just throw that out there if you might be interested in doing that as a youth project or just whoever, to collect that data, because what we're seeing even here with this drought, we're seeing ironweed and even boneset now is starting to bloom. And normally those would be important plants to be blooming in the fall when the monarchs are coming through. And instead we're seeing them blooming and done here. So just to be able to get more data, get more information so that we can make sure that we are, with the enormous effort that is these restoration plans, we want to make sure that we're doing a good job of supporting those monarchs. And so anyway, just let me know, Jane at nativebutterflies.org, and we'd be happy to walk you through it. But we are looking for more people to participate in that project. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very, very much for that, Jane. And on the your youth fairs or your health fairs, all I need is an email and just a date, and we'll work with you on that funding from our sponsorship of the Oklahoma Tribal Conservation Advisory Council. So with that, I think we're ahead of time, but that's a good thing. I had my speakers locked into an hour and a half. I apologize for any of you that felt rushed this morning. And like I said, I'll get all that contact information and PowerPoints to the IT staff so they can share it. Troy, do you have any closing remarks?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Maddie? Okay, Maddie's already dropped off, so hope to see you at our Thanksgiving Festival in November at the TECO with the TECO staff. And Jane, all the years that I've worked with Jane, I've never been there, but I am going tomorrow. So I'll get to see Jane then. So with all of you, please stay healthy and safe, and together we can overcome COVID and protect our families. So with that, thanks again for the invite.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Gary, Troy, Maddie, and Jane for your efforts this morning. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Carol, for putting it all together for us. I think it was a great session.
Okay.
And we look forward to maybe having it again sometime where we can meet in person. We're all looking forward to it.
Yeah,
so thank you,
we're
guys.
ready for that too. So,
yes.
All right, you guys, stay healthy and safe.
Thank you. Okay, so that's going to be it for this morning's session. We're going to take about an hour and a half here till 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to start up the conference again. We're going to have the integrated pest management session start at 1 o'clock. So we'll see everybody then. And it's going to be integrated pest management. And I guess lucky for us, we've talked about pollinators this morning. And this afternoon, Dr. Christina Mongren from the EPA's Region 6 is going to start off the integrated pest management, talking about pesticides and pollinators. Christina?
if I unmuted myself. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Get this. All right, is that showing up in presentation mode?
Yes.
We're good? Okay, all right, great. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you guys this afternoon. My name is Dr. Chrissy Mogren with the EPA Region 6. I'm a project officer in pesticides for the state of Arkansas, but I also serve as the Region 6 technical lead for pollinators and was recently appointed to be the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, such a long name, Regional Pollinator Sublead. So what that means is that I coordinate with my counterparts across all 10 regions to work on pollinator issues and facilitate better communication between headquarters when it comes to pesticide issues as they relate to pollinators specifically. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. So today I'm going to be speaking to you about the role of nutrition in bee health. I'm going to use honeybees more so as an example, just because there's been so much research that's been done on them as a group, but a lot of this information will be directly transferable to solitary and native bees as well, and then also some other pollinators too, such as butterflies. And I'll try to highlight those examples as we come across them. Then I'm going to go into some of the interacting factors that contribute to pollinator declines, pesticides included, but also a number of other ones. And then look at some different pesticide exposure routes, so how pollinators are coming into contact with them in the environment, and then how that ultimately gets taken back into the hives. Some of the symptoms of pesticide exposure to keep an eye out for. And then finally, some strategies for minimizing pesticide impacts to pollinators more broadly. So I'm going to open up this presentation with a discussion on nutrition. Prior to joining EPA, I was a professor of pollinator ecology at the University of Hawaii, and my research interest was largely focused on the role that nutrition can play in helping to mitigate some of this effects or negative effects caused by secondary stressors, pesticides being one of them. And so it's really important, as is the case in people, that insects and pollinators have access to diversity of resources in order to make sure that they are receiving a balanced diet. Now, the three components that are most important for a diet in bees are going to be proteins, lipids, or also fats. Both of those are going to be acquired from pollen in flowers, and then also carbohydrates, which they're going to get from foraging on nectar. So why are proteins so important? So we're going to get a little bit into a kind of a physiology, biology lesson here. So hopefully I don't bore anybody too much with this. But proteins are critical for maintenance of the overall physiology or overall health of the bee. So what are some examples of what this means? Well, proteins are critical for muscle development. So on the left, I have an image of a honeybee that's been spliced in half. And so you can see right here the flight muscles. These are really, really important for being able to power long distance flight from the hive to floral resources and being able to gather resources and bring them back for the maintenance of the colony more broadly. If a larva is stressed for protein during development, when the resulting bee emerges, she's not going to have really good muscle development, right? Those are going to be smaller, which means she's not going to be able to power flight as far. The same is going to be true for solitary bees as well. Proteins are really critical for maintaining overall immunity. This is going to be really important for fighting off various diseases, viruses, bacteria, and fungal pathogens. This picture in the middle is a honeybee that was exposed to deformed wing virus. And so this is a classic symptom. The adult bee emerges and her wings are crumpled. They will never uncrumple. She will be alive for a few days and then she will die from that. So unfortunately, the effort was made into rearing her from, egg through pupa by all of her sisters inside the colony, but she will never turn around and be able to contribute to the functioning of the colony itself. So, being able to have a robust immune system is going to be really important. And then finally, a lack of protein is going to lead to these what's called the hypopharyngeal glands, and those will not develop properly. So that's a big word. What are we talking about? This is a gland that's located in the head of the honeybee. The nurse bees, which is right after she emerges as an adult, the first job she's going to have is taking care of and feeding the other larvae inside of the colony. And these glands are going to develop and be very, very large, like they are right here in this top picture, right? And what they're going to do is produce royal jelly and worker jelly, which is a substance kind of similar to breast milk. And that's what she regurgitates and feeds to the developing larvae. So if she is in a situation where she was protein stressed as a developing larva, then her hypopharyngeal glands are not going to be nice and juicy and round like these up here. They're going to be something more like what's here on the bottom. So these are not developed. It's going to be somewhere kind of in between this stage, which means she's not going to be able to turn around and take as good of care of the larvae that are being reared. So I know these are real life examples of how having diverse proteins in the diet are really important to pollinator functioning. So what about lipids? So lipids are fats. They are critical, and kind of like protein, they're going to be really multifunctional as far as the role that they play in keeping a bee healthy. So we think of fat, we probably have a very negative connotation, but in honeybees specifically, it's referred to as the fat body. And this is really critical to overwintering success. So in honeybees, it serves a function similar to our liver. So it's really important for helping to detoxify different chemicals that come into the body, but also for storing energy and making sure that they're able to survive during long periods of time when resources are not as abundant in the environment. So you can see on the left, this is what an underdeveloped fat body looks like. And this is what a really strongly developed fat body looks like on the right. So this is what you would want to see, especially going into winter, to make sure that those bees are able to survive. Now, if you happen to have teenagers at home, you can fully appreciate how important of a role that hormones have in our daily lives. The hormonal precursors are referred to as sterols, and these are something that have to be acquired through food. And once we have those inside of our body, our cells are able to take those sterols and turn those into a functioning hormone, which regulate almost every aspect of our bodies, and a lot of the different processes that are important for insects as well. For example, a molting hormone. This is a hormone that has to be produced in order for the insect to go from one stage to the next. So in the case of a honeybee, we've got a 5th instar. So this is a very, very old larva right here. In order for her to go from this larva to the pupal stage, there has to be a presence of molting hormones. If for some reason there wasn't enough in her diet, she's not able to produce enough of these hormones, she's going to get stuck. So she's going to either get stuck somewhere between turning from a larva into a pupa, or the pupa itself is just going to stop developing and she won't be able to emerge. Obviously, that's not a good thing, again, if you're not able to develop fully to become an adult. Now, finally, the third component of the diet that's so important to maintaining healthy bees are carbohydrates. And these are required in order to produce energy. Honeybees are called honeybees because they are native to temperate environments in Europe, where they have a winter that they have to survive. And so what they'll do is collect raw nectar. They'll bring that back to the colony. They'll dehydrate that substance, and then it matures into honey, which is what they would feed on all winter in order to survive. Now, the most common example we think of as a carbohydrate is nectar. And that's going to be by far and away the most abundant resource available in most environments. However, they are able to acquire carbohydrates from other sources. One of these are extrafloral nectaries. So what these are glands that some plants have kind of at the base of their leaf stems. And what the plant is doing is producing kind of a sugary water that also has a little bit of protein in there. And the idea is that that's a quick and easy resource that's available that's going to bring in a natural enemy. So what the plant is trying to do is to bring in something like a ladybug. The ladybug is going to come in and say, oh, hey, this is a nice little sip of sugar water right here. Oh, hey, there's also some aphids on this plant. Let me go and eat those. So it's meant to bring in these natural enemies so that they can kind of help keep pest pressure low. Honeybees can also take advantage of this as a water resource, but then also as an additional sugar substance for honey production. And then finally, there's honeydew. So certain pest insects feed on just the sap or the sugar water that's inside of plants already, which means they are effectively defecating partially digested sugar water. That is still a very energy-rich resource that other insects can take advantage of. Honeybees will absolutely do that. We most often see that in more forested areas, especially where you have pine trees. And some of these really bad, pest insect infestations will lead to significant honeydew production. And you can actually get honeybees to make a specific type of honey called tree honey from this particular carbohydrate source. So, typically in pollinator presentations, you'll hear a lot about how floral diversity is really, really important. And what I'm hoping is that you'll understand that floral diversity is important because it leads to nutritional diversity for honeybees. So this is, kind of the final example I'm going to provide here. So this is looking at different amino acid profiles of pollen that was collected by honeybees. Now, amino acids are the precursors for protein. So you need to have essential amino acids, right? That's what these are here on the bottom. These are the ones that our bodies cannot make. And then you've got the non-essential amino acids, which are ones our bodies are capable of making. But the essential amino acids are ones that the honeybees have to be able to acquire through their food. So what this graph is showing, we've got 5 different plant species, and they're represented by different colors. And this is showing how much relative amino acid was present in each one of these different plant species. So let's just take, for example, purple here, which is alfalfa. In this example of lysine, this is one that a honeybee has to be able to find in their food. If a honeybee only had access to alfalfa, well, they're not going to be acquiring as much lysine in their diet as they would be if they were feeding on, say, sunflower, which is yellow, or date palm, squash, or canola, or any of these other plant species. But now the flip side is that if they're feeding only on alfalfa, they're going to have a lot of leucine, right? Relative to, say, sunflower, if they only had access to sunflowers. So, what this is effectively showing you is that it's not necessarily what's inside of each individual plant, how relatively nutritious an individual plant species is, because when you have a diversity of plants available to forage on, it becomes the average nutrition value of everything in an area. And that's what's going to be really important for maintaining healthy and robust pollinator communities. So again, I'm using honeybees as an example, but this is going to be the case for all of the different solitary bees as well. So colony losses are often the result of many different interacting factors. And these same 6, or I guess at least the first 5, are going to be significant for pollinator declines more broadly as well. So I mentioned, pathogens such as viruses, bacteria, and various fungal infections are going to have a significant effect on pollinator declines. Many of these are, native to honeybees, but they can actually be acquired by solitary bees when both species are foraging on the same flowers. You've got parasites, the most significant one for honeybees being varroa mites, but there's some, tracheal mites, there's some other, they're considered, single cell parasites, really tiny ones that affect a number of native bees as well. Pesticides are going to be a very big one. Different agricultural practices. So these can be agricultural practices that result in too much pesticide being in the environment, or maybe it's tilling too frequently. When you till, you're disrupting the nesting substrate for ground nesting bees. That can be problematic. Maybe you're removing a lot of weedy vegetation on field margins. These are often native plant species or native prairie species, which are really important floral resources for native bees. So these types of things can have broader ecological effects on pollinators. Specifically, as I mentioned, loss of forage, which again translates into a loss of nutrition. And then, as I mentioned, or for honeybees specifically, different beekeeping practices. So these can be things like migratory operations. So maybe you live in an area where you've got, you're producing honey from native prairie flowers during the summer months, and then maybe in the winter you're shipping them off to California to do pollination services. That's a very stressful act of boxing up bees and sending them across the country. So that can also contribute to stress overall. Now, as I mentioned, these same factors can play a role in the declines of native bees as well as other insect pollinators. And unfortunately, many of the issues that affect honeybees specifically, especially when it comes to pathogens and parasites, can sometimes transfer over into the solitary bees as well. So going forward, let's kind of look at how this interplay between pesticides, ag practices, and then loss of forage are kind of contributing, and what we can do to kind of help mitigate some of these effects. So how can pollinators be exposed to pesticides in the environment? Well, what's going to happen is you'll have some sort of pesticide application. This could be something that was sprayed. It may have been a seed treatment, and that when it's planted, you then have some dust with the pesticide on it that gets released into the environment. If bees are foraging in that area, the dust or spray could be deposited directly onto them. So they fly through whatever's, that application plume right there. So that's how they can acquire pesticides and potentially be exposed. We can have deposition onto plants. So the pesticide settled where it was meant to go on the target plant species. That's okay. But we've got residues on the plant surfaces now. Well, if a honeybee lands on the plant then these residues could be taken up either by accidentally being inhaled, or they could get what we call dermal uptake, or taken up through the skin. So they're being absorbed through the insect's exoskeleton. When they're deposited onto plants, some chemicals are meant to be taken up into the plant. So then that can result in what's called foliar translocation. So the pesticide is now circulating inside of the plant itself and could accidentally end up in floral resources. So maybe it's in the nectar or in the pollen. And then it can also be in some of the other exudates like we talked about, like those extra floral nectaries, or if again you have pest insects feeding on there, there could be secreted in their honeydew as well. Then this creates a route where the honeybees are now being exposed because they fed upon the pesticide, so they've eaten the pesticide. They may be deposited onto soil. When you have residues in soil, obviously this can result in root uptake. So again, it's in the pollen and nectar. Or if a bee lands on the ground, they could again inhale it or take it up through their exoskeleton. If we end up with an unfortunate situation where we have a heavy rain or significant amounts of erosion, what's deposited onto the soil or deposited into surface waters now become residues in surface waters. And bees and other pollinators will go to water in order to well, honeybees will take the water back to the hive in order to keep it cool, but other pollinators as well will just drink because they need the source of water. Sometimes butterflies will visit these pools because they're actually looking for some of the salts in there, but that's how adult butterflies could potentially be exposed as well. So now that we know an individual forager has been exposed, well, how does, that's one bee, right? How does that affect the rest of the colony? We're talking specifically about honeybees. A healthy colony in the height of summer can have about 40,000 adults. Only a fraction of those are actually going to be foraging at any given time. The remainder are going to be living inside the colony, taking care of the queen, and then rearing all of the brood. A typical healthy bumblebee colony, in contrast, is maybe only going to have a couple hundred individuals. And obviously solitary bees, you've got the female doing everything for herself, but potentially bringing things back to the nest where she is herself building and laying her eggs. So we've got our forager, we've got the stage, or the point in her life when she's going out and she's collecting these resources. Well, how does that get translocated to some of the different life stages? Well, inside of the hive, we've got a number of hive bees. They may be receiver bees. So when this forager comes back, she's got her pollen or her nectar, and she's going to pass this along to another bee, who could then be exposed either by contacting the substance itself, or because she herself is ingesting it before moving it to a different part of the colony. Now the hive bees have been exposed. If these bees are nurse bees, they are consuming the pollen, they are consuming the nectar. We talked about these hypopharyngeal glands in their head. So if they are consuming products that are potentially contaminated with pesticide residues, it's possible that that gets passed along in this brood food, so the worker jelly or royal jelly. And as you can see in this image on the right, we've got the developing baby bees, and they're kind of swimming in this pool of goo, and that's the royal jelly or the worker jelly that's been secreted by the nurse bees. So that's a potential route of exposure. If it's in the royal jelly, that's how the queens are going to become exposed as they're developing right before they develop into an adult. Now these kinds of, we say sublethal, so it doesn't kill them outright, but these kinds of exposures could potentially impact the queen's ability to develop fully. So maybe her ovaries don't get as big, and that's going to impact later on in her life, her ability to be a productive and long-lived queen. By storing potentially contaminated products inside colonies, it can also enter into beeswax. Alternatively, the bee herself, right? She has ingested some of these chemicals. One way, if you can't detoxify something that comes into your body, you can kind of excrete it, right? There's two ways you can do it. You can either, kind of neutralize it inside your body, or just kind of get rid of it. And in the case of beeswax, this is a product, it's a fat, right? It's a wax that's being produced by the honeybees. Some pesticides are water soluble, some are fat soluble or oil soluble. And oil and water don't mix, right? So some of these fat soluble compounds could then be excreted in the beeswax that she's producing, and they're using that to construct comb inside the colony. Now, pesticide in beeswax does not mean that it is toxic to the babies. It doesn't mean that it's going to potentially, leach into any other honey or anything like that. We actually don't know a whole lot about what happens to pesticides when they've been put into beeswax. So it's a really interesting area of ongoing research, but it's a potential route of exposure. But all in all, what this is going to lead to is reduced individual survival and behavioral changes, right? So we talked about in the physiology aspect at the beginning of this talk. We talked about reduced queen fecundity and brood success if the babies just aren't getting the nutrition that they need. And then, reduced colony strength and survival overall. So if you start to see, kind of small losses here and there, well, ultimately at the end of the day, that's going to have much greater consequences to the entire functioning colony. So some other examples of managed bees that could be impacted would be the alfalfa leafcutter bee. These are a solitary bee, but you can encourage them to nest really close together like this. And they're very efficient pollinators of alfalfa. They're actually more efficient than honeybees for alfalfa pollination, but they're, another colonial nesting group of bees that could potentially be exposed in large numbers in the unfortunate event of a pesticide exposure. When we've got the blue orchard bee, while it's not native to the United States, it was introduced for orchard pollination services. They are now kind of naturalized in the country. So they're another managed group of bees. We've got bumblebees, which are really important in greenhouse pollination settings, but also really important for pollinating a number of native plant species. And then, of course, in North America, we have over 4,000 solitary bee species. Got everything from really tiny sweat bees all the way up to the really big carpenter bees. And my personal favorite are squash bees, Peponapis pruinosa. They're native to the southern, southeastern United States and are really important for pollination of native and cultivated squash plants. So we talk about, a chronic versus an acute pesticide exposure event. So there's two different ways in which bees can be exposed. An acute event is short term, but it is going to result in a sudden loss, large numbers of bees in relative close proximity to the hive itself. You may see dead bees with an extended proboscis, which is their tongue. So it's thought that this kind of sticks out because it's a process where they're trying to regurgitate whatever it is that made them sick. They may be spinning, twitching, or disoriented, and may have increased aggressive behavior. Now, in more chronic events, it's a long-term exposure. Pesticide residues are typically brought back to the colony by the foragers. So what you'll see is a reduced size of the adult clusters, so the number of adult bees that are inside the colony, and start seeing a spotty brood pattern as the babies die and then they get removed. But what they share in common is that you're going to see diminished overall strength of the colony and then increased susceptibility to disease and parasites. So it's really important whenever you are using pesticides to minimize impacts by using them judiciously, and doing this through an integrated pest management program or ecologically minded practices that start with preventing pests from occurring in the first place, monitoring for pests, and then appropriately identifying whatever you have seen, because once you know what it is, then you have a better idea of what the least toxic intervention might be. This may be an organic product, or maybe it's something mechanical, like, hey, can we just remove the ones that are diseased or something like that? And then evaluating to see how effective it was. Now, when pests do not respond or populations are increasing too rapidly, it's okay in those cases to choose a chemical control option. We have pesticides because we need them, but making sure that they're used judiciously and in accordance with their label is going to be the most important thing to making sure that pollinators are minimally impacted. I just want to point out that herbicides and fungicides can also be harmful to pollinators. It's not just insecticides. So regardless of what product you use, always follow the label, because the label is the law. A product may require dilutions before it's used. The application timing may reduce non-target effects. Not all chemicals may be safe on edible plants, so make sure that if you're growing something for pollinators, that it's also something that can be consumed, that you're not going to accidentally make yourself sick. Improper applications can damage plants themselves that you're trying to protect, and always adhere to application intervals. So I also want to point out that organic does not equal safe. I often hear this, and this is not in fact true. So just as an example, this is a label from an organic product. It's a registered organic product. But under the environmental hazards portion of the label, it says this product is toxic to bees. So the good news is we have qualifying statements after that for 3 hours following the treatment. So what this means is that application timing may reduce non-target effects, okay? So post 3 hours, so if you apply this in the evening, by the next morning, it's no longer toxic and none of the bees are going to be impacted. This particular product is also toxic to aquatic invertebrates. So don't apply it right before it's going to rain. So just an example of why you should always read the label. And then as much as possible, maintain designated pesticide-free areas for pollinators. These are going to include lots of flowers, obviously diverse flowers as foraging resources, but I also want to point out that I really like to encourage the bed and breakfast approach. So you've got the food available for them, but you also want to make sure that you can incorporate habitat for them as well to be able to nest successfully. So about 70% of the native bees in North America actually nest in the ground. So incorporating native bunch grasses or keeping some soil bare is going to encourage these particular species to be able to nest in these areas. Solitary bees tend to not forage as far for food from their nests as honeybees do. They can go up to something like 3 kilometers away, 3 kilometers plus to look for food. And the solitary bees can't do that. So making sure that you have nesting substrate available in addition to flowering resources will be really important. And then also keeping these areas relatively pesticide free to being able to maintain and grow healthy pollinator communities. Now, if you suspect that a pesticide has resulted in a significant pollinator death event, then these need to be reported as soon as possible. The Environmental Protection Agency considers pesticide-related deaths of 50 or more individuals to be a high-level pesticide incident, so these do get reported up to headquarters. As soon as you suspect a bee kill, you should contact your state lead agency or tribal pesticides coordinator. Because the effectiveness of an investigation will depend on timely reporting so that evidence and samples can be gathered and analyzed. And the EPA does use this information in regulatory decision making. And I will say 50 plus individuals is a really difficult threshold to meet if you're dealing with anything that's not a honeybee. I mean, you're not going to notice anything fewer than 50 dead bees if you yourself are a beekeeper. But this could be, you notice a ton of dead caterpillars or something at the base of a bunch of milkweed. That could potentially be indicative. If you start noticing a bunch of dead solitary bees, regardless of what species it is within an area, that again could be indicative that there was an acute pesticide event. So since this is the Intertribal Environmental Council, if you suspect something occurs and you are a member, you should report this to the pesticides program, and I have the number provided here. You can also report this directly to your EPA region. So if you are in one of our Region 6 states, that would be me. I'm going to turn around and report it to the ITEC Pesticides program. So, going to them first is going to be kind of like your best first step to making sure that any investigation can happen as quickly as possible. And then, as always, EPA is here to support in the event that something like this does happen and provide resources. So I don't know, maybe I have time for a question or two, but thank you so much for your attention. And I again appreciate the opportunity to address this group today.
Okay, are there any questions for Christina this afternoon? I don't see any in the chat box, and I don't see anybody's hands up right now, but sometimes it's a little bit delayed. Will you be on the rest of the session?
I'm going to have to hop off, but I can stay. I'm trying to stop sharing.
If we do get a question, I can forward it to you if that's okay on email.
Okay, no, that is absolutely fine. And
okay.
If you'd like for me to share the presentation, let me know. I can also send that out as a PDF.
Okay, that would be great. All right, well, thank you, Christina. If there's no other questions, let's go ahead and go on to the next session. And if the session is going to be how do pesticides fit into an IBM program, Kevin Shelton from Oklahoma State University. Kevin.
Okay, have I got my computer unmuted? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Let me see if I can share my screen. Third say, did that work?
We can see it. Thank you.
All right. So, like I said, my name's Kevin Shelton. I'm the pesticide coordinator for Oklahoma State University and for the state of Oklahoma. And so we deal with all sorts of pesticide questions. We do the educational material. We help people get certified to hopefully legally and properly apply pesticides. And my talk today is pesticides and IPM, or, can you integrate pesticides, or should pesticides be integrated into an IPM program? And we'll kind of cover that. Let me see if I can get to switching here. All right. First of all, do we actually know what integrated pest management, or IPM, is? It's been around a long time. There's been a lot of definitions. If you look up there, 60 or 70 definitions of what IPM is. And over the years, it's sort of changed. Now we're talking about the definition here, intelligent pest management, backed by science and designed to provide safe, effective, economical, and sustainable solutions to protect people and resources. And so that's a pretty good one. And so what it gets down to is IPM is kind of like a toolbox. And in this toolbox, you have all these different things that you can use to control or mitigate pests. You've got cultural control, you've got mechanical, you've got biological, you've got chemical control. And so it's up to you to kind of choose what you're going to use and when you're going to use it. And so, IPM, although it was initially started with agricultural products, you can apply that to non-ag settings, home, garden, workplace, things like that. And any IPM program, to be successful, is based on monitoring. And so you have to monitor. That is the key foundation of an IPM management program, is monitoring the pests. You have to know what's out there, and then you have to know what threshold you're looking for. And so when we get down to that, IPM was basically an economic decision. We know we're going to have pests in a crop, in a field. And so when you first start seeing these pests, people would get all excited. And this kind of started back in the 70s, the IPM deal. And so they would get excited. It's like, oh, we got to get out there. We got to hammer those pests down. We got to get rid of everything. We don't want them to build up. Well, that's true to a fact. But, if it costs you $30 an acre to treat for aphids or whatever you have, but, they're only doing $10 an acre worth of damage. If I don't spray, I'm making more money, on something like that. And so that's why that monitoring is important. And so we got together with economists and we come up with this economic threshold, and it's like, this is where we have to want to start thinking about control. And then at the very top, this EIL, or this economic injury level, that's the point where the damage they're causing is going to exceed what it costs to treat for that particular pest. And so you want to spray right before you get to that economic injury level. And so let's see. There we go. Basic IPM graph. If everybody can see that, get my mouse working here. And so the blue line or the purple line, whatever color that is, that's our aphids in this field. And so typically they're going to start out, on day 0 and just, 1 or 2. And then so they're going to build up. And so they're going to peak, right up here, say, 30 aphids per tiller. Well, we're monitoring this. And so we get to this economic threshold. We have to decide, we're going to keep going or do we need to spray? And so we get to this point, we've tracked all along, we see this start to increase. And so, yes, we decide to spray. And so we spray, if we do it correctly, right before we get to this economic injury level right here. And so if you didn't treat, the aphids would continue to increase. But since we sprayed there, that's kind of what happens. You treat, all right, aphid populations go down. In a perfect world, your aphids never build back up, anywhere you cross your threshold or even close to your economic injury level. And so they stay down. But what normally happens is you spray here, you treat, you get a drop in number, you continue to monitor or scout these fields, and then your aphid population starts to go back up. Again, you hit this economic threshold, you decide to spray. Usually takes 2 or 3 days to get this treated. You spray before it gets to the economic injury level, and then again, those pests are knocked back down, and hopefully, once or twice is all you need. Sometimes when you get into diseases, you're not really, we're trying to get away from these scheduled applications, but sometimes with diseases, that's not very easy to do. And so insects, a lot of times 2 or 3 times, we're doing good and we don't have to treat again. And so everybody should ask, should they be used in an IPM program? Well, yes. This is this toolbox that we were talking about. Pesticides are just one part of that. Cultural practices, mechanical, sanitary. You've got natural and biological, insects. You've got the beneficials out there that do somewhat control. You can select cultivars that will show maybe tolerance or resistance to certain insects, and so again, that's all part of that IPM toolbox. And a lot of times people like to think of that IPM program is kind of a triangle. And so you start at the base, that's your cultural practices. You come up biological, you've got a lot of natural predators out there. And a lot of times, they can offer substantial control, of your pests as long as they're not just huge numbers out there. A lot of times those biologicals can do a good job of controlling those, for many weeks. You get up to mechanical or physical control, you get into tillage, of something. I have seen, and there's been, research done, and this is, some of it's, fairly old, but they've got big tractor mounted vacuum type things, and they go physically remove the pest out there. Or if you, cover, if you've got like high tunnels, you're keeping the pests out, things like that. You get up sanitary conditions or regulatory, and all those, this bottom 4 here, you're mainly dealing with suppression of the pests. Really, none of these down here are really going to get rid of or control a pest if it's, starts to get, higher in numbers. And so you can suppress it to somewhat. And so typically in an IPM program, we often try, or we think of a chemical control as maybe that's our last method. It's like we've done everything so far that's kept the population down, but these pests are starting to finally, get high enough. We have to make a decision. And in this, we decide to use a chemical. We'll try to get something that is, more, I'm going to say bee friendly. Then there are insecticides out there that are less harmful to bees than others, and so we try to pick something like that. But we will make an insecticide application on that. Now, unfortunately, since we can do IPM, or this pesticide application is the last part, a lot of times, depending on what you're doing, and again, you're working within that toolbox. If you just have an explosion of a pest for whatever reason, that chemical control might not be the last thing we do. That may be more down towards, the first or second thing we try to do. We knock that pest population down considerably, and then we can, hopefully the biologicals can come back in, or we can actually do some more of that suppression, and we don't have to treat again. And so oftentimes that may be the case. And so I don't want people to think of as pesticides are a last resort. It's management. It just depends on the crop, the situation, the pest, and all that. Now, although IPM is good, we say nothing is perfect. This economic injury level and the thresholds, sometimes it just can't be, calculated or come up with some of the pests we have. And so they just don't have this economic threshold. We have, for example, You know, how many malaria carrying mosquitoes is too many? You know, what's our threshold for that? I like this next one. You know, how many bed bugs in your home are too many? Well, I can tell you my threshold for bed bugs, you know, I want 0, but if I find 1, that is my economic threshold. Something's got to be done because I know there's probably not just one. How many cockroaches in your kitchen, you know, are too many? And we also have, in like home and gardens or horticulture, we have aesthetic thresholds, you know. We want our plants to look good, especially in our lawn, garden, things like that. And so while you may have an infestation of something that's not really, it's not really threatening your plant, your shrub, your tree, or whatever, but you know, it looks really bad. And so that's when we get into those aesthetic thresholds. And so you really can't, you know, get this economic threshold for that. Not really workable a lot of times for plant pathology or for diseases, because as we know, just one spore, you know, can start this huge problem or, you know, disease epidemic. And then weeds, sometimes it can be, but it's not always very valid for that, because, you know, all these weed seeds, when we talk about seed banks, you know, they can stay in the soil for many years, you know, and most of the time they don't all germinate at once, you know, so you may get 90% of them germinate one year, but then, you know, some of them are not going to germinate. And so for the next 10 years, you'll have a few weeds coming up, and then some weed seeds can stay in the soil for, you know, 50, 60 years before they ever germinate. And so it doesn't really work good a lot of times for that. Now, we talk about that, you know, what's your economic threshold for, say, some of the urban pests, and we also have urban IPM programs. You know, well, I can tell you any of these up here. You got a brown recluse spider, black widow, uh, black or brown widow up there, bed bug, bark scorpion, house mouse, you know, red wasp, bats, cockroaches, ball-faced hornets, and then black rats or roof rats down there. Depending on where those are, yeah, I don't know if I want very many of those in my house. So my economic threshold or my threshold may be a lot lower than some of you on that. Okay, so we've talked about integration with this big toolbox. Well, now we have to get into, you know, what's really a pest, you know, and most people think of a pest, and that I've talked with, and they say, oh, you know, I don't want to do pest control. I just want to get certified and we're going to apply, you know, herbicides, you know, for weeds. And it's like, well, you know, a weed is a pest, you know, so it could be weeds, it could be diseases, it could be mosquitoes, insects, as you have up here. You've got slugs down there. You've got vertebrate pets, you know, where you've got bats, you've got armadillos, you've got skunks. All those can be considered a pest. And so, you know, a lot of pests cause human harm. So our thresholds are going to be way down. You know, mosquitoes, they vector malaria, West Nile virus, things like that. Ticks, you know, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Lyme disease, various livestock diseases, and also on pets for that. Bees, wasps, and ants, you know, they're a stinging insect. Uh, while you've got bees and wasps and stuff out in your yard, and that's where they're supposed to be, you know, out there doing their work. If you've got a child, you know, that's got, you know, or has had very severe allergic reactions to a bee or a wasp sting, you know, I'm going to be very cautious, you know. While they're pollinating out there, I mean, you can walk up next to bees and what have you, and, you know, they're not really defending their hive or anything, and so there's usually not much of an issue. Solitary wasp, same things, you know, you don't have a whole lot of an issue with that, but, you know, you're trimming your shrubs, you come up on a wasp's nest, they're going to perceive you as an invader, and so they're going to react and defend accordingly. And while you're running across the yard, I'm really not thinking IPM sometimes. And so it's kind of hard, you know, to come up with this, you know, IPM deal. Roaches, you know, I don't want roaches in my home. You know, my threshold is less than 1 on that. Filth flies, and then mycotoxins that get into our food and feed, you know, You don't want those at all. And so we get down to chemical management. Chemicals, pesticides are a part of IPM. We try to only use products like that, whether it's an insecticide, herbicide, fungicide, whatever, only when all of our other tools that we used in our toolbox hadn't been successful, or that pest population is increasing up to our threshold there. We only use where we need them and when we need them. And then we try to choose these products that are the least harmful to the applicator, which is us, and to the environment, but we hope it's 100%, effective against the target pest on that. And so, an IPM program sort of, has recommendations for softer pesticides and that are less toxic to non-target organisms, including the applicator. And you notice I underlined less toxic because many times you look at products that are considered or labeled organic products, they will say one of their things is, oh, it's non-toxic. And that is sort of a pet peeve of mine, because it's like, all right, you're using a product that was designed to kill another living, organism. I really don't like the word non-toxic. I know what they mean. I know it's marketing, but I really don't like using it. And so in our classes, we have people, and we'll tell people, don't use non-toxic in describing it. Use less toxic or much less toxic than an alternative or something like that. But, try to get out of this, saying non-toxic. And some of these softer products, they're horticultural oils, insecticidal soaps, your BT, Bacillus thuringiensis, growth regulators, things like that. And some of the times they work very well against certain insects. Sometimes you don't have as good a success. If you've got a plant that has aphids, in your garden or your rose bushes or whatever, a lot of times you can use these insecticidal soaps, like Safer Soap or something. It's a fatty acid ester against soft-bodied insects. Many times these work really well, but then not so much when you get with other insects. And so it just depends. And then you also have to be, very careful of what you're doing it. When the Department of Agriculture, when they were going out, and they would have complaints of Africanized bees, and they'd have to take bee samples. What they would use to knock down a few of the bees so they could get a sample, and forgive me for saying this, but they would use a soap solution, and that knocks them out of the air really quick. Now, speaking from experience, it does not kill them very quickly, and so they still have time to crawl up your britches leg and let you know that they didn't like that. But that's what they would use to collect these bees up, and they'd send them to the lab, and then they would determine whether or not, they were Africanized or not. And so soaps do work like that against certain insects. Scouting and monitoring. That is the basis of any IPM program. Like we have here, you don't need to treat if you don't have a pest there, or if it's not at that economic injury level. You're going to have some pests all along in there, but if they never get up, you may be able to go a whole season without spraying, or maybe spraying once, depending on that insect population, because you're going to have a lot of beneficials that are out there doing a lot of pest control for you. And so when you have a scouting program or a monitoring program, you're getting results back, and it's like, yes, we're seeing a certain number of harmful insects. We're also seeing all these beneficials that are out there, and there a lot of times they'll do a pretty good job to keep those populations down. All right, IPM, if you get down to it, all you're doing is balancing a risk. Anytime you have a pesticide application, and I'm the pesticide coordinator for Oklahoma, so I kind of know, but there's a risk. Now, it may be a high risk depending on what you're using, what you're spraying, the method, or it may be a low risk. But again, you're using something that was designed to kill another organism, and so there is a risk. And what we have to do is we have to balance that out, the pests, the economic losses that we're facing on that, and we've got to balance that with the hazards of this pesticide application, because not only are you killing the pest when you do these applications of a pesticide or an insecticide, but you're also killing any beneficial you had out there at the time. And depending on what you're using, you could affect, pollinators for many weeks to come out there. And so you just have to balance that. All right. We've talked a lot about IPM. Let's get into a little bit more pesticide stuff. What is a pesticide? And I like this first one: any substance or mixture of substances intended for preventing, destroying, or repelling or mitigating any pest. Now, that's pretty easy to understand, but also what is considered a pesticide people may not think about is plant regulators, growth regulators, defoliants, desiccants, your, off repellent, on something like that. That is considered, a pesticide. And then they've had for a number of years any nitrogen stabilizer out there. That's kind of an odd one, but I do understand on that. And so, as I said before, pesticides, they're designed to kill something, so careful on describing whatever you're doing as we're using something that, is non-toxic to people, or just, I'm bothered with that. So let's do something, less toxic or much less toxic or something like that. And so, pesticides, insecticides are a pesticide, herbicide, fungicide, rodenticide, piscicide, avicide, all pesticides, and they're all designed to control something or to mitigate that. And so it's just kind of a catch-all deal. And like the last speaker said, you have organic production, you have organic products, but yes, they are, be considered, some of them a pesticide. And some of them could be quite toxic, or harmful to you. A lot of times people will use vinegar for weed control. But if you look on the label of the horticultural grade vinegars, that's fairly high acetic acid concentrate. And so you have to wear eye protection, because that's caustic. You don't want vinegar, or acetic acid, drift up in your eye. And so they can be quite toxic or quite harmful to you. We also talk about minimum risk products that we like to use. And so EPA has determined, a certain group meets these minimum risks. And what they're talking about is several years ago, they had various products they were using to control mosquitoes, ticks, rodents, a lot of the agricultural products, weeds and stuff. And so starting in 1996, EPA exempted these products to where they did not have to be registered by the Environmental Protection Agency. And so if they were on this list, you didn't have to be registered. Now, even though EPA didn't require registration, if you use these products in Oklahoma, they did have to be registered with Oklahoma Department of Agriculture, Food and Forestry. And so they set up some conditions that these products had to meet. I'm not going to read all these because I'm getting short on time. But, they had to be all this. They had to be, food grade on a lot of these, or, exempt from a tolerance or whatever. And so they had all these different products out there. And so if it met these set of criteria, they would be exempt from registration. And so have an example here, DHMO. Hydroxyl acid, major component of acid rain, and so contributes to the greenhouse effect, may cause severe burns, erosion of landscapes, accelerates rusting of a lot of metals if it comes in contact with it, may cause electrical failures if it gets into the electrical grid. And they've actually excised tumors of cancer victims, and they found this product inside actual cancer patients. And so if I talk to you about risk, is this good or is this bad? And that's the compound. H2O, it's water. So Depending on what you're talking about, everything can be toxic. Now, getting back to the, I like a little levity there, but getting back to the 25B list, this is off of EPA's website, and they have a list. And if your product contains this, you know, these or one of these products, or, you know, a conglomerate of these products, I guess, you can get stuff, and you can don't have to worry about EPA labeling. And so you can come up with your own, quote, herbicide, insecticide, or whatever with these products. And it's castor oil, citric acid, cinnamon oil, clove oil, garlic oil, you know, all this. And this is not the whole list, but it's most of it in there. And so a lot of times you will find these in these 25B products, is what we call them. And so sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You got to be very careful with these products. And so most of the products say non-toxic on it, safe around children, pets, green products, that's a buzzword now, made in the USA, guaranteed to kill whatever, really works. If you buy a product that has on the label really works, yeah, you may want to be a little bit leery of that. Here's one I like, you know, chemical free. And so this is actually what's in clove oil. And it's been a long time since I've had a chemistry class, but I do believe those compounds would be called chemicals. And so, again, I know what they mean. They just kind of fail to say that. All right. Examples of what is, but it's not a pesticide. You know, these products which contain these low-risk ingredients, you know, garlic, soybean oil, mint oil, all that. So, exempt from federal registration, state registration still apply. Got to be registered with the Oklahoma Department of Agriculture, Food, and Forestry. All right, got a few minutes to go here. I do want to talk about some of this. This is some of the stuff that's come up this year. This could be, you know, into your integrated pest management program. Chlorpyrifos. EPA revoked all tolerances of chlorpyrifos. All those ended this year on February 28th. And so people talk about, oh my gosh, they cancel chlorpyrifos, which was, you know, Lore's banned mainly in the ag field. And so they didn't cancel it. They revoked tolerances. And so when they cancel a product, a lot of times you'll have existing stocks that you can use until it's gone. Well, this did not get canceled. All the tolerances got revoked. And so you can no longer use chlorpyrifos on any product that's going into the food or feed system. I think you can still use on pastures, but I don't think you can graze that or cut it for hay. It's either for a year or for the rest of the season or a growing season. I'd have to double check on that. That's something, if you're using Lore's ban or you were using it, you need to be aware of. And these were the products in yellow that were registered. So you had mostly, it was a Lore's ban, Cobalt, things like that. The gray ones are urban products or household products, and so those did not get affected because those were not used on food crops. Dicamba this year, you got to remember, if you're using that, yearly required training, you got your cutoff dates that have passed. They had larger buffers this year. You check your ESA bulletins for your endangered species to see if there's anything in the county or your area that's in that. And then you also had extra record keeping requirements for the dicamba products. You had 3 products, Extendamax, Tavium, and Ingenia. You can go on their websites and find anything that you need to know about that. Those were the 3 that had Oklahoma-specific requirements, and so you can also go Department of Ag's website or, you know, each product's website, and they should explain that. They expanded the use of Enlist Duo. It was not in, you know, certain counties in Oklahoma. The first label they got for that, they were working on a deadline, and so those counties did get put on that list, and so you can use those in Oklahoma. Paraquat, if you're using paraquat and burn down, you got to have training every 3 years. That can be done online. There's no charge. Takes about 45 minutes to an hour to do the training, and then they'll keep a record of that, and you put your private applicator or your ag plant certification number in there, and they will keep that on file for you. And so think about this, you have to be a certified applicator or a private applicator to make these applications. Your employees cannot do that if they're not certified. Okay. Applicator certification. Private applicators kind of had a change this last session. We can now get CEUs. And so they're certified on a 5-year cycle. 19 started the new 5-year cycle, although we were still using a open book test in 19. And so private applicators were not eligible for continuing education units. And so that started, in 2020. You had 4 years left on the cycle. So instead of 20 CEUs for a full cycle, you needed 16. So if you're a private applicator and you tested in 18 or 19, you're going to need 16 CEUs before December 31st of next year, or you have to retest. This is different this year for private applicators. This is the first time that they've been able to get CEUs, and so the Department of Ag sent out a letter the other day that really kind of explained that. And so we've been getting a lot of phone calls. And so if you're interested, give me a phone call, call your county extension agent, call the Department of Ag and get that clarified. All right. Any questions that you guys can think of? I'll end my screen here. There's my contact information up there, phone number, shoot me an email. If you have any questions, let's see. Let me.
Kevin, I don't see any questions, but that was
Okay.
a lot of quite a bit of information on your presentation today. So I'm sure that if it'd be okay, we could share it with.
Oh, you bet. I'll get you a copy of that
if they wanted to have that. And one quick thing I wanted to ask you before we went to the next presentation. This is something from my experience. Say if someone called me today on the phone, a tribal citizen, and said, "Hey, they had a quick question about a pesticide and they want to know something about it right then." What would be your first call or your first email to someone on something like that? Do you have like a response to that?
We get that a lot of time. They'll say, "Can I use this product?" My first response is, "Did you read the label? What did it say?" Usually it's like, "Well, no." And so you can go onto the Department of Ag's website and you can look up those products that are registered for use in Oklahoma. And a lot of times it's not real instant because I'm going to have to take a while and read that, and I may have to call them back, or I'll tell them to contact their county extension agent, especially if you're working with products that you need to apply to any food or feed crop on that. And so you got to be careful. And like the last speaker said, you've got to read the label. The label is the law. You have to abide by that. And not only do you have to follow the label in Oklahoma, we are a minimum standard state. And so on some applications, we have rules and regulations that are more restrictive than that label. And so you have to know what's what and what you need to follow.
Okay, well, thank you, Kevin. I'll just have them call the county extension office then.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest.
Point them in the right direction. Okay, well, if there's any more questions for Kevin, we can forward them to him, and we'd be glad to share his presentation with everyone. Let's go ahead and thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you this afternoon.
Yep, you're welcome.
Let's go ahead and go to our next presenter, which is Mr. James Jackson from the Muskogee Nation, talking about tribal pesticides program. James.
Hello, everyone. Great presentations and a great 27th annual ITEC Conference. Going to go through a little bit of some of the same things you may have heard Mr. Shelton just talk about, but we'll go ahead and go through them. So next slide, please. This is our mission statement here at the Muskogee Creek Nation's Office of Environmental Services. We want to provide effective environmental management to the Muskogee Creek Nation so tribal members and citizens may live confidently in a safe and healthy environment. Next slide. Thank you. That's a group post there. So we're just turning challenges in our IPM into successes. So here's a little bit of a background on the Muskogee Creek Nation in case you don't know where we are located. It's a self-governed Native American tribe. Its main complex is in Okmulgee, Oklahoma, which is centralized inside the boundaries of the reservation. Of course, the Muskogee Creek Nation is one of the 5 civilized tribes and currently has over 94,000 tribal citizens living across the country, as well as around a little over 43,000 tribal citizen members actually within the reservational boundaries. This reservation includes whole or parts of 11 counties in eastern Oklahoma. It's equivalent to about 48, little over 4,800 square miles, or a little over 3.1 million acres. Scattered throughout our trust and fee lands, we have about a little over 8,700 acres of trust land, and we have about a little over 8,300 acres of trust land and a little over 8,700 acres of fee land. And of course, like so many tribes, a lot of our work and the things that we do are actually on the trust and fee lands. That includes the tribal complex, members housing units, community centers, casinos, hospitals, elderly living centers, child development centers, daycare, schools, ceremonial grounds, and of course, churches. And next slide, thank you. And as Mr. Shelton mentioned, what is an IPM? This is basically straight off of EPA's website, that integrated pest management is an effective and environmentally sensitive approach to pest management. It uses current and comprehensive information on the life cycle of pets and their interaction with the environment. This is basically used in combination with available pest control methods, and it helps us manage the pest damage by the most economical means, and using the least possible hazards to people, property, and the environment. This, as Mr. Shelton also mentioned, this approach can be applied to both agricultural and non-agricultural uses, homes, gardens, workplaces, but also our facility buildings, our residential care units, and a lot of the other facility buildings that the nations all usually have. Get into what an IPM based on the FIFRA, which is the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. Its definition of IPM is a sustainable approach to managing pests by combining biological, cultural, physical, also mechanical, and chemical tools that in a way that minimize economic, health, and environmental risk. Just as something to note to everyone, tribal enforcement, okay, on the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, it doesn't specifically address tribal enforcement of those regulations, but at EPA's discretion, as many of you know, can get a similar TAS or treatment as a state role that can be actually approved, hopefully, by the EPA and funded under the tribal cooperative agreements. A little bit of information there in the codes and stuff like that. Next slide, please. So what are pests? Those are all pests. So I even included some graphics of COVID-19. I don't know if that's the newest version or the oldest version, but pests are any organism plant, animal, or microorganism that poses a health, environmental, economic, or an aesthetic risk. Basically, pests are everywhere, and integrated pest management helps where these may exist, so that you can actually get a better view of what your hazards and risks are, and ways to treat those things, preventative or reactionarily wise. Next slide, please. So these are some of the goals here at the Muskogee Creek Nation as far as managing pests through the IPM. We want to reduce the risk of health, reduce the risk of health issues in our employees and tribal citizens. Damage to the buildings, we want to reduce that. Try to find the economic benefits and show that to leadership so that we can address these things in a timely manner. Of course, we want to do all that we can to protect our waterways from pollution. We just want to have more control over the pests, so this gives the IPM helps us with that. The plan does gives us long-term prevention ideas, like soil health, the health benefits of soil health. So when it comes to agricultural practices, some of the benefits of pollinator strips being applied near crop fields and stuff like that. And of course, we want to create a cleaner, healthier environment. It's a mission of the Muskogee Creek Nation's Office of Environmental Services to practice the IPM to further preserve the land while carrying the least possible risk among its employees and citizens. We do this by following a four-step program to assist us in our IPM plan. Those steps include identifying good and or bad pests and monitoring their activity, because we always got to remember that not all insects and weeds and living creatures require our control or our interference. Second thing would be to set action thresholds for the damage that pests do. Of course, that's within limits. These can help us, reduce unnecessary use of pesticides, and helps us figure out actions to prevent, and of course, monitoring further investigation. Another part of the program, the steps that we follow is prevention. Try to get these before they become a concern. Try to get the pests under control before we actually have a problem with them. This helps basically through sanitation practices, keeping our areas clean, keeping the trash away from the buildings as best as possible, and keeping those areas cleaned up. And of course, the fourth part being control, so that we take effective action when we need to. These control methods can help us reduce our risk of further action, and try not to. What we're ultimately trying to do is control our use of pesticides in and around our buildings, so that their environmental health is good, and the health of the citizens and our employees are also protected. So a solid IPM program wards off pests, but has a minimum impact on the environment and beneficial creatures such as birds, bees, and butterflies that we want to have around as pollinators, as Dr. Crouch and fellow presenters mentioned this morning. Protection of the pollinators is a big part of what we do. We want to reduce or eliminate the part where we actually have to add chemical pesticides to things. So the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the foundations. Again, Mr. Shelton actually mentioned these in his presentation. These pesticide controls, kind of a tier system. What you want, it goes basically from prevention on the lower end to eradication. So you really want to be in the preventional side of things so that the pests don't ever have a chance to get a foothold and everything into your facilities or people's homes, or on your agricultural fields. Cultural pesticides are things you can do to discourage pest invasions, such as good sanitation, removing debris and infested plant material, proper watering and fertilizing, and use of pest resistant plants. The physical and mechanical controls are, basically spraying off the bugs off your squash plant or picking them off. A lot of people that do have squash have to deal with those squash bugs. So a lot of times you're having to literally pick off the bugs and the eggs if you ever want to have squash in Oklahoma. Some of the biological controls could be introducing natural enemies to the pests that you have. That's another thing that these things help, again, with avoiding the use of pesticides. We want to try to avoid that. And of course, the last part is the chemical controls or pesticide use. These are always just a last resort after we've tried the other methods. You want to make sure that, whatever your infestation, the pest that's causing infestation, does it really warrant this pesticide treatment, or is there a way for us to actually go about it in a less toxic way? Next slide, please. Here, this is basically the plan, how the Muskogee Creek Nation's adopted plan and the objectives. We basically have adopted the IPM plan for all of our buildings and grounds, casinos, health clinics, housing, child development centers, community buildings, governmental offices. These are the things we're trying to cover under the plan. So this is to protect the health and safety of our staff and citizens from pests and pest hazards. Part of the objective of our plan is an elimination of significant threats caused by pests to the health and safety of staff and tribal citizens, and also to prevent prevention of loss and damage to structures or property by the pest infestation. And of course, protecting the environmental quality inside and outside of buildings. The Muskogee Creek Nation's IPM will utilize all methods of pest control, which may include structural maintenance, sanitation, monitoring for pest populations, mechanical and physical and biological controls, and of course the judicious use of pesticides. These methods will help to eliminate food, moisture, and places for the pests to live, which will make it more difficult for them to survive in these. We're just wanting to take away their comfortability so that they'll either move on or not even pick our facility or buildings. What else we got around here? Of course, when we do have to choose pesticides, that's going to be based on a hierarchy system, and we'll use the least toxic products first, and this will help us as we implement this program. It will help us reduce the volume, toxicity, and frequency of applications, and thereby reducing the risk potential exposure of building occupants who may be sensitive to these pesticidal uses. Our IPM actually is stored here in the Office of the Environmental Services, and actually Mr. Williams is our IPM coordinator here at the Muskogee Creek Nation, and that's it's kept inside of this office. Actually, our plan is stored here. Next slide, please. This is basically our IPM coordinator and committee. Some of our members Again, Mr. Williams is the director of the Muskogee Creek Nation's Office of Environmental Services. He is our IPM coordinator. And of course, he's responsible for not only this, but lots of other different documents. So we trust him, and hopefully you've heard of his reputation as a strong leader. So we're happy with him being our coordinator. I, and along with a few other members of our staff here at the Office of Environmental Services, are part of the Integrated Pest Management Plan Committee. And basically, we just we hold we try to hold an annual meeting every year, basically to go over some of the issues, or if there is any kind of issues, we have in our group our facilities director, Mr. Silas Baker, who is vital in telling us any of the things that the facilities are having issue with, or if everything is in good shape. And we really appreciate the facilities director and his help in actually addressing these things. If I'm not misspeaking, I believe the Muskogee Creek Nation has over 275 individual facility buildings. So of course that includes our housing units and things like that, but quite a few in that area. So next slide, please. So in our coordination, we support here within the Muskogee Creek Nation's Office of Environmental Services. Myself and other staff members provide support to Mr. Williams as the IPM coordinator in maintaining our IPM at the highest standards. We discuss this. We do this to develop our program and to educate the public on the importance of good sanitation and pest control. The Muskogee Creek Nation has service providers that do cleaning, pest control, landscaping, maintenance, and they have to sign contracts with us that are developed in coordination with our IPMs, so that everybody's providing us with the information if they are going to use pesticides, and what the application of is, and of course what the chemical makeup of any kind of pesticide that they are going to be using prior to being used. That has to be coordinated with our IPM coordinator in our committee. And this is not a promotion of anybody else. This is just how the Muskogee Creek Nation presently has. We use Pied Piper. And again, this is an endorsement. This is just the company that we use for the purpose of identifying potential problem areas that may be contributing to pest infestation within the facilities, and they help us making with some of the recommendations for corrective measures that might be implemented. These, of course, have to go through our office and our IPM coordinator before moving forward with any of that kind of use. The folks at Pied Piper use the latest pest control technologies and methods for removal. The pesticides listed below are some of the ones that they presently use or have used recently on some of our facility buildings. And of course, we keep the SDS sheets on all of active pesticides and past pesticides used for the last 3 years on file with our IPM plan here in the offices of the Environmental Services. So that's some of the things I've gone through there. They're not as bad as dicamba. So pesticides aren't good, but some of them are worse than others. So these are limited, and the ones that we use, or they use presently. Next slide, please. Moving forward, we're going to continue to update and maintain our pesticide inventory through assessments. This will be put into the IPM as it continues to grow, and we keep updating and maintaining this. This, of course, will lead us to the part where we can start developing tribal management codes so that we can move forward eventually into initiating pesticide management tribal codes into our into legislation so that we can actually get those to be at an enforcement level in the future. One of the things we're going to do is host a pesticide collection event that I believe that'll happen this fall. We may actually do it biannually, but I believe we're going to have one this fall. And of course, that's going to include household chemicals, pesticides, and things like that. And we'll partner with some local organizations, schools, so that they have a place to bring their regulated, bring their pesticides so they can be properly disposed of, and so that they won't have to deal with those hazardous chemicals in their house or on their property. Next slide, please. So I'm going to transition from what the Muskogee Creek Nation has going on with its integrated pest management plan, and to just give a little bit of information about the Tribal Pesticide Program Council. What we call the TPPC assists tribes in building tribal pesticide programs by providing pesticide education and training, research, development, and a broad range of tribal pesticide related issues. This particular council is basically a communication forum for tribal pesticide programs to actually interact and speak with EPA officials at the headquarter level under that deal with pesticide related issues in Indian country. Just to make another note, this is, communication between the EPA and the TPPC is not a substitute for direct government to government consultation. This is just the TPC actually provides the opportunity for tribes to speak directly with EPA headquarters staff members in a one-on-one in-person meeting situation where they can address or ask questions if they have concerns about their pesticide program or wanting to grow and have their own tribal pesticide program at their particular reservational nation. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit more information. Some of the topics that they deal with: pollinator protection, worker protection standards, C&T certification and training, drift issues, endangered species, bed bugs, structures. So there's a lot of information that the TPPC, the Pesticide Council, actually Tribal Pesticide Program Council comes up with and speaks about on a monthly basis. Next slide, please. Here's the contact information for the TPPC. I believe Mr. Larry Scraper is on here. He is actually the Region 6, EPA Region 6 Executive Committee representative. I was honored with being elected as a at-large council member of the executive committee. So thank you very much. But there's Mr. Mark Daniels is basically the big coordinator. And if you want to use that information that's up there to contact him about either joining or participating in these monthly calls, which again is, we have a direct implementation work group that we do once a month. We have a pollinator protection and a risk assessment work groups that we meet each month, along with our executive meeting that happens once a month also. So there's just some information for that. So next slide, please. And here's some updates. I won't go through it. These are just some updates. These are actually on the website, the TPPC website.org website that you can go to. And I just wanted to note that federal certification training for private applicators of RUPs, or restricted use pesticide in Indian country. Those trainings happen on a quarterly basis, and that information gives you a little bit of information on when the next events will be happening over the next couple of quarters. There'll be one August 10th and 11th, and again, another 2-day virtual training on November 10th and 11th. So that's kind of if anybody's looking to have their certification training for private application of RUPs, there's a couple opportunities. And then of course the enforcement part. Now, next slide, please. Just to give a shout out to the PERT, we had what they called a tribal pesticide inspector residential training. It was the first one to be held since 2019. We got the TAP to be the host tribe for that in 2019, and everybody knows what's happened over the last 2.5 years that slowed it down. So a lot of virtual, as we all know. This was in person on the majority side of things. We had quite a few people show up, but I did want to give a shout out to the Tribal Alliance for Pollinators for their help and giving us one of the days we had this tribal pesticide training at the River Spirit here in Tulsa. We were actually able to go out and do a field trip out at the UG Butterfly Farm, and Jane Breckenridge and her group hosted us. It's like, if you haven't been out there, please go look up the Butterfly Farm in Leonard, Oklahoma. These folks are doing a great service when it comes to pollinator and pollinator protection. So that's just a couple of pictures from that particular event that we had. So we appreciate it. And next slide, please. Hey, all right, Mado and Wado. Thank you. That's me doing one of the things I do, which is water quality. That's a macro invertebrate captures there. So that's a little picture of me. There's my contact information. And if anybody has any questions, I'm only 3 minutes over.
Yeah, that's pretty good for James today to be 3 minutes over. That's not bad.
I know.
I was looking on here. I saw a question I thought in the chat box, but it's just somebody talking about Mr. Williams's bad reputation. So I guess that's not really a question.
No, I think that's from Tracy.
So I guess that's not really a question.
No. Most
what
director here.
Are there any other questions for James besides that? I do like your line about not all pests require our control and our intervention. I think that's a nice quote. If it was okay with you, I'd like to use that sometime.
Well, you know it, Sean. Thank you very much. But yes, carry it forward.
Yeah.
I'm glad something struck.
Okay, well,
we really appreciate it. And while we're still on here, I just want to thank the two presenters before on this IPM section. They both actually presented at the PERT that we had at the River Spirit back in May. So Dr. Chrissy Mogren and Mr. Kevin Shelton, we really appreciate the information they gave to not only today, but in the past for some of the things that we've done. So it's really good information. You guys are putting on a really good ITEC conference. It's been really good. So we appreciate it, Sean. Jareen, we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. And it's nice to know that, we've got these local resources. Sometimes you don't really know that you have these resources and these people that you can get a hold of. And then when we get this together, it all kind of flows together. It's interesting to me how all 6 of these sessions this afternoon, both this morning and this afternoon, kind of flowed together. So I really appreciate you guys and everybody today. If there's not any more questions, let's go ahead and wrap up this session for the first session this afternoon and go ahead and take a small break, and then we'll start up again at 3 on wildlife conservation. Again, thank you, James. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Christy, for your help with this conference this afternoon. Thanks again. Okies for Monarchs, speak for us first this afternoon. Stephanie?
Hi, thank you for having me. Let me just, I'm trying to get this screen out. I'm so sorry. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes.
So sorry. I'm a little bit less familiar with WebEx, and I don't know how you got little. I'm so sorry. I don't know how this screen got little. Oh dear.
You may try to stop sharing and then try to do it again because you did have it up in the slideshow for a second.
Okay. I think I need to jump out and jump back in. I don't know how to make your screen big. I am awfully sorry. Wait.
Stephanie, if you hover at the top, you should be able to stop sharing and then maybe try to share again.
Okay. Okay, now just find the PowerPoint. Are you seeing my PowerPoint?
Yes, that looks great.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. So thanks everybody for joining me. I am Stephanie Jordan. I am the Pollinator Outreach Coordinator for the Nature Conservancy of Oklahoma. My job is a little bit unique in North America in that I am the only Pollinator Outreach Coordinator that we have in North America because of how Oklahoma is situated and our unique relationship to the monarch migration. So today I'm going to give a talk that's a little bit of a variation of what I normally would talk about, but since the three of us kind of are going in a similar direction for this block, I thought I might offer a couple of different things to think about when we think about pollinator gardens. So here we go. So as I said, I'm the Pollinator Outreach Coordinator for the Nature Conservancy of Oklahoma, and I also, the Nature Conservancy of Oklahoma does a lot in support of Okies for Monarchs. And Okies for Monarchs is a little bit. So Okies for Monarchs came together in 2016, and it was a group of 40 organizations and individuals who were interested in supporting the monarch migration. When we look at who the original people are that were involved in that, we see a lot of our friends, and some of you will see yourselves. All of these are all of these names are on the Okies for Monarchs website. So it's interesting to go back through and read a little bit of the history of the OMPC. So Okies for Monarchs carries out a lot of what was decided from that group, wanted to be their working plan to help pollinators. So a little bit about me. I joined my local Sierra Club group in 2007 and quickly became the chair of the conservation committee, which had fallen a bit by the wayside. And so when we regrouped, we thought of what we wanted to be. And conservation in Oklahoma in 2007 was a dirty, dirty word. Compact fluorescent light bulbs and reusable grocery bags were still controversial in Walmart. And so we looked for a conversation entry point where we could talk to people about conservation while sidestepping a lot of the political pitfalls that we had, and small scale ag was what we settled on. And through that work, I eventually moved to a farm in 2010. It was an experimental farm where we could rent 5 acres, a house, and some outbuildings and practice different farm practices and see what worked for us. And it was a great way to try farming without investing all of your money into it. And I learned a lot, and mainly what I learned is that I needed to live in the city. And so I moved back to the city, and in 2011, I began apprenticing in organic plant production, marketing, and sales. From there, I took up beekeeping in 2014. And with that beekeeping, I used the things that I was learning there to change the focus of what we were growing for our organic plant production. Those plants were sold through farmers markets and festivals, a lot of the places that we go to get those good plants now. And so when I changed that model, I found that there was an enormous need for those kinds of plants that people were having a hard time finding. And I became very involved in bee-focused pollinator advocacy and taking some of my Sierra Club work and turning it that direction. When I changed those practices, the other thing that I found is that it was so lucrative, we could make in 10 weeks what we made in 10 months. There's a huge, huge need for these kinds of plants. And so in learning about them, I became a little bit of somewhat of an expert on host plants and the animals that visit them in order to be able to market them and help people figure out their needs. And so that led me into monarch work and other butterfly work. And that kind of advocacy. And then in 2021, I was hired by the Nature Conservancy to basically get paid for doing a lot of what I was doing for free. Some of the work that we do, excuse me, I'm sorry, too far. Some of the work that we do in Okies, we do a lot of tabling and outreach. And so here we are at an event last spring giving away milkweed plants and plant information, teaching people safer mosquito controls, that sort of thing. We do a lot of outreach events, especially during Earth Month. But we love all the pollinators. It's not just monarchs. This is an event down in Norman, the Pioneer Library Reads system. They're focusing on the environment this year and doing 3 books. And the first book was The Music of the Bees. And so we were able to bring down an observation hive with live bees and let people look in and see what the different bees look like, listen to them, smell them. We worked up a handout to teach people about the kinds of things that they can do in their own spaces to support bees, because what we do to support one pollinator tends to support all the pollinators. And we also are heavily invested in educating the next generation of environmental stewards, especially when it comes to pollinator plants. This is a game that I've been working on, teaching young people about the migration. Really little kids can comprehend a lot about the migration. We start them off in Canada and they have to migrate to Mexico, and along the way they pick up little pieces of nectar or lose little pieces of nectar depending on things that are going on. And at the end of the game, the hope is that they have enough little nectar pellets in their pail to get all the way to Mexico. And they come away understanding that it's really important to plant pollinator plants for food sources for the migration. And then of course, once a year we have our annual pollinator party at Scissortail Park, where we invite plant vendors and a lot of our fellow monarch friends to come and talk to the community. We have a really great time. And we added a moonlight migration bike ride this time. And it's a fun time, always during pollinator week, so look for that on social media. On the Okies for Monarchs website, you will find all kinds of resources that are available for free. Use them liberally, download them, give them away, do whatever you want with them. We have things like where to find your local plants and local seeds. If you scroll down from this map a little bit, you can find your city and find the vendors that are near you and click on their information to figure out what their hours are and their availability. We have all kinds of plant guides. This is a smaller version of one that there are 3 expanded versions of this that are divided up by the different regions of Oklahoma, East, Central, and West. These are what to plant that are arranged by bloom time. So if you follow this ribbon down the left side, you can see how to have 3 seasons of nectar blooming in your yard. So this is a really great resource for people who don't know where exactly to get started, I tend to try to focus people a lot on these bottom plants, particularly in the aster family, and help people understand that these plants in particular can survive a frost or two. So if we have any late migrating monarchs, or if the day is early enough for bees to get flying, there's still nectar available even after everything else has been frozen out. So right here we have this handout is well, it's not a handout. It's actually many pages in it, and it's how to manage best practices for managing monarchs on rangeland. We also have one on rights of way. So feel free to just poke around that website and take whatever you want and use it however it's most helpful for you. So back to the monarchs. We are all looking forward to everybody coming back through in the fall and hopefully having big numbers. And most of us are fairly familiar with these two slides of what these slides are telling us. Here we have this slide that we see a lot. Oklahoma is uniquely situated in that the monarchs come through both in spring and in fall. But because there's a little bit more to it, we don't just have monarchs coming through. The monarchs that go down in the fall, many of you probably know, are a little bit different butterfly than the other generations of monarchs. The monarchs that come down in the fall are really big, they're really dark, and they're sexually immature. Monarchs can either migrate or they can repopulate, but they don't really have the energy to do both. And so the monarchs that are coming down in the fall are built to go distance and not to mate. And they'll overwinter in Mexico like all of us wish we could. And then in the springtime, as the daylight lengthens and the temperatures start warming up, there's a chemical shift in their brain that says, hey, time to make some more monarchs. And so as they're coming up in the spring, somewhere around mid-Texas, they start laying eggs for that first generation. We've got 3 generations going up and 1 to 2 coming back down. So so that first generation, of course, has a giant impact on the numbers that we wind up with through the whole season. And so what monarchs need, of course, in the spring is different than what they might need as much of in the fall. So in the spring, we like to focus on milkweed and help people kind of understand that that's the bigger focus for the spring. And then for the fall, help them get into the more nectar-heavy plants. What the Nature Conservancy does in general for pollinators throughout the country is try to provide big tracts of land with lots of diverse habitat. And it's really great when the monarchs can get somewhere like tall grass prairie that has 62 square miles of beautiful, beautiful native plant life. But in the meantime, I'm trying to help the one-to-one people, the smaller stakeholders, create these little Tesla nectar charging stations all along the way, so that the monarchs have something to eat until they can get to these bigger spaces. And then this slide is one we're all pretty familiar with as well. And the numbers not going in the direction that we hope that they will, although these numbers in the last 6 or 7 years have become pretty interesting. It'll take us a while to really understand what's going on with these numbers, but there seems to be a little bit of stability. And I like to hope that some of this comes from so much public interest and so much change in behavior in support of pollinators. These numbers up here, for those of you who don't know, the monarchs took a huge fall once we introduced Roundup Ready crops, and I'll get into that in the next slide. So common milkweed and honeyvine, where nature and industrial agriculture collide. I'm certainly sympathetic with the frustration of farmers who have to deal with some pretty invasive host plants. Common milkweed spreads at the rhizome level and is pretty successful and can be really invasive for farmers and their crops and can be frustrating for ranchers. And then honeyvine will take over your children if you turn your back on it. It's a pretty aggressive vine. It's a slight variation from the milkweed family, but is popular, particularly in the fall. So they have these two pressures, and the solution that science came up with for them was Roundup Ready crops. And that's how we start getting into this precipitous fall. And we're probably not going to change that anytime soon. And I'm not here to try to change that. I'm here to try to help us figure out how to stand in the gap and provide for what got lost. We have kicked diversity out of the majority of our farm practices for efficiency and profit. And then we've done the same thing in kind of our cities. We've kicked nature out of our cities to maximize the availability of resources for human need. And this system is unsustainable, of course, as is this one. But the good news is we can do better. So at this point, I'm going to pivot a little bit. Oops, wait. So one of the solutions that some farmers are starting to embrace is the idea of prairie strips. So they've given up a little bit of their cropland to make space for prairie strips of pollinator plants, and those strips have lots of great impact. We find in monocultures, nature does not love a monoculture. And when we have a monoculture, say like an almond field, an almond farm, and in areas where we have lots of almond farms next to each other, we have miles and miles and miles of one plant that has a short bloom season. And so they cannot support native pollinators, and they have to truck in bees and spend a lot of money having bees set on their crops, because if you can only make honey for a few weeks, you can't sustain anything. And so these bees are brought in from other places. Unfortunately, these bees are large-scale spreading events for things like mites and disease. And so there's a lot of things that go wrong in that system. And in order to correct that system, we have to let go of a little bit of profit and bring in something else. But what we find is that when we make some room for pollinator habitat, when we give up some of that food crop space and bring in something more diverse, we actually have a net win. And so in conventional farming, we might have a crop field that looks something like this, where we have 8 inches per acre of runoff. We have soil sediment loss that clogs up our rivers and streams. We have loss of phosphorus and nitrogen, and those are expensive. And so when we start putting in these strips of prairie, we have 42% less runoff. We have we're losing less soil, we're losing less water, and we're losing less of these things that farmers have to purchase. And so the net gain actually happens pretty quickly. We have some plants that are kind of super functioners in this group. So when we think of things like sunflowers and borage, they also offer a benefit of being a biodriller. And so they can drill through hard compacted clay. And when we cut the plants off and leave that extensive root system behind to decay, the voids that are created when those plants die off and decompose, they leave voids for channeling water into the soil instead of running off. So you have more water retention, happier plants. And then when you have native plants, the roots of native plants go so much deeper and help to anchor our soil. And then we have another layer of protection that plants can offer, layer of help to the soil, and that's in something called phytoremediation. And phytoremediation is when a plant takes up things like heavy metals and things that we don't desire into the soil, takes them up into the plant and stabilizes them and metabolizes them into something less volatile. And we can help heal the soil that way. So there's a lot of human gain to be actualized in farming practices when we make space for pollinators. I'm going to pivot right now a little bit into the human impact. And I want to talk to you a little bit about resilience. A lot of us has probably had a working definition of resilience for a long time. I like this one. Resilience is a psychological quality that allows some people to be knocked down by adversities of life and come back at least as strong as before, rather than letting difficulties, traumatic events, and failure overcome them and drain them of their resolve. Highly resilient people find a way to change course, emotionally heal, and continue moving toward their goals. I promise you this does have something to do with pollinator gardens. And for many of us, we have been working on our human resilience for quite a while and had a pretty good idea of how that worked. And then 2020 happened and we all got stuck inside and everything was scary and everything was dangerous. And we watched everything in sight, and we ate everything in sight, and we made sourdough bread. And some of us made gardens. And people were not thriving from being stuck inside. And so scientists started discovering that a big cure for what we were going through in the lockdown, the stress of the lockdown, was to get out in nature. And they referred to nature as vitamin N and found that if you can get 120 minutes of vitamin N per week, you could do a lot to combat the stresses that we were going through during COVID. And I can testify to that. Personally, I live in an urban farming community, and there are 11 pollinators on my block. And just being able to go outside and spend 15 minutes in nature did so much for my personal resilience during the shutdown. But access for a lot of people can be a challenge. So people that don't have a lot of nature around them, the Nature Conservancy has lots of wonderful preserves that are free to the public. If you can afford to get in a car and spend 2 hours driving there. Lots of people took their families on big camping trips because they could, but not everybody has a car, and people that relied on public transportation. Public transportation was another thing that was terrifying during COVID too. So that was another challenge. So a solution is making more space for nature, bringing more nature just into our everyday lives, whether that is a pollinator pocket or a container garden or whatever space you have available just to add a few plants. So our human brains are hardwired for novelty, animal brains too. We crave new experiences and unexpected, pleasant discoveries. And during the shutdown, so many new experiences that were coming at us were unpleasant and really hard to deal with. But let's just talk for a minute about how novelty works in our brain. The pleasure centers of our brains are activated when we encounter something new and novel, resulting in a flood of dopamine in the brain. This, in evolutionary adaptation, kept humans from being trapped in their raw instincts and allowed us to grow and learn. So this continuous curiosity gives us a hit of dopamine. And this happens to us when we go out into a pollinator garden and discover a butterfly or a bug. And stress, on the other hand, causes low dopamine levels. So pollinator pockets, container gardens, and full-scale habitats pull wildlife into our paths, providing daily opportunities to encounter nature novelty and bring down stress levels in our brain. And interestingly enough, searching for insects in a pollinator garden works in a human brain, much like scouting behavior works in bee brains. Not all bees have heavy scouting instincts, but the ones that do, whether they're looking for new things to forage on or looking for new places to live, the ones with the strongest scouting instincts, their brains are built a little bit more like human brains. And so lots of the bees in the hive will forage, but will wait for the scouts to come back and dance out the instructions. And the other bees are the ones finding the novel things and coming back and dancing. And so human brains need a lot of that. So what I'm hoping to show you in this slide deck is getting your brain ready to think about how helping pollinators helps all of us. And so as we go into the next two talks, I hope that you can keep some of that in mind. I hope you will visit our resources at Peace for Monarchs, and that this is useful in you going forward. Because if you build it, they will come.
Thank you, Stephanie. I don't see any questions in the chat yet. If anyone has a question, you can raise your hand, unmute yourself, or type it into the chat.
I think someone had a hand up.
It may have just been like a clapping reaction thing. I don't see any hands. If we don't have any questions right now, we're going to go ahead and move on to Priscilla Crawford, who will be presenting on native pollinators and creating habitats for them. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It doesn't look like I'm sharing my screen, but it's not showing up. Is that?
I can see it over here.
So can everybody see it? It's not showing up it's showing up on my screen with the presentation, but then not in the WebEx. So I just want to make sure.
It looks good from here.
Okay, excellent. Well, I will get started. Thanks for Stephanie for giving an excellent introduction and lead into what I'm going to talk about is how to do some of these pollinator pockets or pollinator meadows on your property. And thanks to Karen Dye, who it was at the Cherokee Nation Environmental Program, who invited me to speak today. I really appreciate having the opportunity to chat with everybody. So I'm going to be talking about native pollinators and how you can create habitat for them. I'm Priscilla Crawford. I work with the Oklahoma Biological Survey. I'm a conservation biologist. We are a program that is a research unit and a non-academic unit at the University of Oklahoma, but we're also a state agency. So we have the best of both worlds. We get to be at the university, but then we also work statewide with all people in the state of Oklahoma. So I'm sure you had lots of discussions already about what are pollinators, but just kind of like some quick details, because you have this vague concept of what a pollinator is, but we're going to talk a little detail of that they're animals that move pollen from one flower to another, and they help fertilize the flower, and that creates viable seeds within the flower and the fruit. Pollinators, these animals, they don't care that they're doing this service for the plant. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their little bee hearts. They're doing it so that they can get resources for themselves. And they visit these flowers to get food. Bees, butterflies, wasps, they're all coming to get food from the flower. Mostly they're getting nectar and pollen. In some cases, they are eating other pollinators while happening to pollinate the plants, but they don't care that they're helping the flower. They're not doing it on purpose, but the flowers, they are doing it on purpose. They are providing nectar for these pollinators to visit. So they're attracting them. They're making big showy flowers. They're attracting these pollinators to their flowers so that they will move the pollen to different flowers and create fertilization. And who are the pollinators? Everybody knows about the Western honeybee. Here is our Western honeybee. Everybody knows about Save the Bees, and most of you probably also know that the Western honeybee is from Europe. It's not even native to North America. So while everybody thinks of the honeybee as being the quintessential pollinator, it is not native, and I'm going to talk about some more of our native species. In Oklahoma, we probably have more than 500 and maybe less than 1,000 bee species in the state. So these are a bunch of bees that we've never seen before, haven't been recorded. A lot of people haven't studied bees within Oklahoma, but we have hundreds and hundreds of bee species in the state. And they are unlike the honeybee. They tend not to make communal hives. They tend not to have honey. They are solitary individuals from this tiny green sweat bee. This is a snapdragon, to give you some scale. This is a snapdragon flower. So here's the tiny green sweat bee up to this big, massive bumblebee queen on a sunflower. So bees are one pollinator, but we also have the Lepidoptera, both moths and butterflies. Butterflies are actually just a very special moth within the big group of moths. So you can think of butterflies as kind of being like day moths, but moths themselves are a very large group, and they pollinate flowers by coming to them to get nectar for food when they're in their adult stage. When they're in their larval stage, they need plant foliage. So we all heard the story, I'm sure, of the monarch who eats the caterpillar monarch will eat milkweed to grow and then turn into a chrysalis and then become an adult. So all butterfly and moth caterpillars, the larval stage, will eat foliage of plants, and this is considered their host plant. The monarch butterfly is plants in the milkweed family. Other caterpillars, it's different species. Sometimes they're kind of generalists and they'll eat lots of different species, but here we have a swallowtail caterpillar on a fennel plant, and things within that fennel group is what they eat. Dill, some carrots, and fennel. So they need some need specific host plants and some are more generalists, but you need to have not just nectar and pollen sources, but you also need the host plants to maintain the life cycle of some of these pollinators. So bees and butterflies, yeah, everybody knows that those are pollinators, but there are many other important pollinators. Flies, for example, are very important pollinators. Here is a tachinid fly, which not only is it a pollinator, but it also parasitizes caterpillars. So it's going to plants to find things to lay its eggs on. Here is a little bee fly. It looks like a tiny little fuzzy bumblebee, but it is in the fly group. It's a mimic. Beetles can be important pollinators. Wasps are important pollinators. Again, they will drink nectar, but they are also going to flowers to collect insects to feed their young or to feed themselves. And then a lot of people don't want to recognize it, but male mosquitoes are pollinators. They are nectar feeders, and they need to visit flowers to get their food. It's the females that need the blood meal so that they can produce eggs. So establishing a pollinator meadow to provide habitat for all these variety of insects. I'm going to talk about my personal experience in creating these habitats from weedy lawns. So I teach a class down at the OU Biological Station. It is a field station down on the shore of Lake Texoma in southern Oklahoma, on the border between Oklahoma and Texas. I teach a class there about conservation issues, and I look at the campus of the biological station and I see that we could do a lot of conservation or a lot of restoration or regeneration of biodiversity on this site. So here you can see we have the dining hall, the classroom building, some dormitories, and it's all surrounded by this big mowed lawn. It's a very weedy lawn. It's full of grass burrs. It is an unpleasant lawn to walk across, and it has very little wildlife value and very little pollinator habitat value. So I approached the director and said, we need to do some pollinator restoration on site. And so he was like, great, go at it. And so with this restoration project, I had a few different goals that I wanted to reach. One, be able to do hands-on conservation with the students, increase the biodiversity of the area, and increase the pollinator habitat, and invest the students in the place. So not only are they doing hands-on conservation, but they're also like putting kind of sweat equity into the campus, so that then potentially they would maybe become donors to the campus. Most of the students that I teach are pre-med, and we hope that they move on to medical school and become big fancy doctors, and then have money that they can potentially reinvest into the place that they had a great education. We wanted to beautify the campus because, again, ugly, weedy lawn, and then provide research and observation areas for the other classes that happen down at the station. We have entomology classes that occur there, other ecology classes, and this would be a great resource for them to do projects on. So here is the lawn that we chose at the entrance of the biological station. We chose to do this small section here, which was about 30 feet by 50 feet. It's not quite a rectangle, but almost. This is the area that you see at the very beginning when you drive onto campus. You drive into here. This is the first little parking lot. Here's the main office building. Behind me in this while I'm taking this picture is the dining hall. So it has a high traffic area, a great place to beautify and change for the better. So we explored some different ways to remove the existing lawn. There are a lot of ways you could do to get rid of a lawn situation. You can till it multiple times, taking out the weeds that come back. And if you've ever dealt with Bermuda grass, you know that if you till it, you're just breaking it up and it seems to get more vigorous. So that didn't seem like a good option for us. You can use herbicide. Herbicide multiple times over the course of the growing season is very effective, but because we are so close to the lake, the director thought that probably was not a great decision, and it also meant that we had to be there several times over the course of the summer to do that, and we needed somebody who had a certified pest applicator license. You can do a combination of both tilling and herbicide. You can plant directly into the vegetation, which is a really good option if you have very little person power. You only have like one chance to do the planting, and you don't have very much money to do the planting. But we chose solarization. And solarization is using this big piece of plastic to trap the heat and the solar energy up against the soil and the plants. It heats at least to 120 degrees. I'm almost certain on a day like today, underneath that plastic, it is much, much above 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it kills the plants and also kills the upper layer of seeds. You don't want to disturb the soil after you do this, because if you disturb it, you could bring the seeds that were buried deeper and didn't die to the surface. So this is a method that you don't dig and you don't till afterwards either. The plastic film should be kind of a special UV grade type of plastic. This is often, you can get this at for greenhouse covers. You want it relatively thick. You want it to have a UV rating because then you can reuse it and it doesn't disintegrate. You don't want to use just any kind of plastic like say the plastic your mattress came in. You think that would be like a nice little patch in your front yard. Well, from personal experience, the plastic from your mattress disintegrates after just a couple weeks in the sun. So don't use that, or thin painter's drop sheets, or you really need the kind of the greenhouse grade plastic. We also buried the edges rather than putting stones or bricks or something on the edge, mostly because it keeps the air trapped up against the soil better, but it also is it's much more likely to blow away or get flappy if you have just one or two stones. So burying the edge was a really good solution, especially in Oklahoma winds. Solarization is best done if the plastic can stay down for at least 8 weeks during the hottest time of the summer. Our option for this first round that we did, what I refer to as phase 1, we put down the plastic in April and pulled it up in July. This is not ideal, but you'll see why we had to do this timeline. But we did still get a pretty good rate of killing of the weedy lawn. So phase 1 of the meadow project, we planted in July. Terrible time to plant in Oklahoma. I do not recommend it at all, but that's when my class was held that year in the summer. So we had the students, we wanted to invest them in the project, and we planted in late July. We got the plants donated from volunteers, and we also grew some in greenhouses with students in my lab. We had very diligent watering by the administrative assistant, Deanna, who was working at the station over the course of the summer. She kept the sprinkler on when we had very little water. And even a month later, we had things blooming. And we even got our first pollinators to the plot. Phase 2 of this meadow, we just picked up the plastic and moved it over to a second phase, and we put it down in July. And in this area, instead of doing plants, we used seeds. The seeds were donated by a wide variety of volunteers. We had friends of the OU Biological Station, the Oklahoma Native Plant Society members donated seeds that they had collected in their areas. And then across the lake from the station is the Hagerman National Wildlife Refuge. And they have an excellent pollinator garden and an excellent group of volunteers. And those people donated some of the seeds from their garden for us to plant. We also collected seeds from the local area. This is just across the street in a little prairie remnant. So we got some seeds from little blue stem and some goldenrods from this area. And we also purchased some seed mixes. We got a couple different pollinator seed mixes from Native American Seed in Junction, Texas, and Johnston Seed Company in Enid, Oklahoma. So phase 2, we put down the plastic in July, and then we pulled it up in December, and we scattered the seeds in December. Most native seeds need some sort of winter so that they can germinate in the spring. So they need to go through a period of cold, usually cold moist, before they'll germinate in the spring. So most of the time you don't want to spread your native seeds in the spring. You want to spread them in the winter so that they experience winter and germinate when they should in the spring. We scattered these in mid-December. We didn't bury them. A lot of native seeds need light exposure to germinate. So we gently raked them in. We also watered them so that they wouldn't blow away in the Oklahoma wind. And then we also trampled them. So a group of us volunteers trampled around, stomped around as best we could to make good soil contact with the seeds. So here's phase 2, the seeded area in early May. The pollinator mixes that I purchased had some non-native species. And I should say with a caveat, non-native, just not native to Oklahoma. They were native to North America. And so some of these poppies and some of the other little toad flaxes that we got were beautiful, and they provided nectar and pollen sources, but they weren't necessarily native to Oklahoma. So you should be careful when you're ordering your seeds, just to look at your species list. The germination and coverage was good. And then this first burst of blooms were mostly annuals during this first year. This was May, and this was during late May, about a month later when the class started in 2019. We had a really good class in 2019, and we were able to look at the area that had the seeded, but then the planted area could use a little help. You can see a lot of gaps. Most of the small plants that we planted didn't survive being planted in July. And then we had some invasive species returning here, you can see in the foreground. So during class time in 2019, we added new plants, we removed some invasive species, we gave drills to students who've never used drills before so that they could auger in some holes, and it was a great opportunity for these students. And of course, as everyone knows, the pandemic happened and the biological station was shut down. We were not allowed to host classes during 2020 or 2021. So minimal management happened during this time. I took a few students down in the spring, both years, to remove some of the vegetation that accumulated. I don't know if some of you noticed in the pictures before, but this is a big sycamore tree. And it dumps a ton of leaves onto this site. So we raked leaves, we removed standing vegetation, We didn't totally tidy up the area. We left some stubble, we left some leaves, and we did this all after having soil temperatures above 50 degrees. This was about April. This ensured that most overwintering insects in the leaf litter and in the stems emerged by then. So we were open again in 2022. We were excited. The big flush of annuals that we had, what was so brilliant in 2019, has kind of faded, but then we're getting more of the perennials getting established. So we were happy about that. We celebrated being open by having a new bench put in, and now we can sit in the shade of that big sycamore and watch pollinators on the campus. But we're not done. We are doing studies of this area, and we were having the in-person class this year. We had our new bee biologist, Dr. James Hung, came down and talked to the students about the different native bee species that we were finding in the habitat. And we decided to do a phase 3, and we began a solarization project in 2022. This just a month and a half ago. Because we referred to phase 1 and 2 as the meadow, we were trying to decide on what to call this. I was suggesting the pollinator patch or the prairie patch, but the name that stuck amongst the students was the plastic prairie. So that's kind of our tongue-in-cheek name for it for now, until we pull out the plastic in December and seed it. This smaller yellow rectangle is phase 1 and 2, phase 1 on this side, phase 2 on this side, and here is phase 3. It's probably about 3 times the size. It's about 150 feet by 50 feet. So these students spent, over the course of several days, spent the afternoons and the cool mornings digging approximately 400 linear feet of trench so that we could put down this big piece of plastic. I had nightmares about trying to put this piece of plastic down in Oklahoma winds. So goals, going back to our goals. We hit beautification, yes, check, from this to this, and we increased the biodiversity, for sure. We invested the students in planting and watching what is growing in the area. Most of the students have said over the course of the last 2 classes that doing the hands-on planting in the meadow was one of the most satisfying things that we did in the class. We provided pollinator habitat and an area for research and natural history observation. We in 2019, during our pollinator surveys, we counted over 15 butterfly species and at least 8 different bee species. So I decided I needed to walk the walk and take it home and do this in my own front yard. Here's my daughter. She, by this point, she was no longer playing Frisbee in the front yard and kicking the soccer ball around. So we decided that we could get rid of the lawn and make our own pollinator patch in our front yard. So after that success in 2019, I came home and put a little piece of plastic down in about 1/3 of my front yard. A lot of things that people are worried about when I tell them what I have done in my front yard is they're worried that I'm going to get in trouble or that they would get in trouble if they did that. So you do need to check your city ordinances, and you also need to check if you have a homeowners association, what the rules and regulations are. In the city of Norman, where I live, the city ordinance says that you can have plants in your front yard if it is a cultivated garden. So this tiny little fence here was my indication to people that this was a garden. I wasn't just like not mowing it. And here it's obvious that it's a garden, but when I first started, it was not obvious. You can also get signs from different certification programs to post to explain what you're doing. I have both the National Wildlife Federation Certified Wildlife Habitat sign, the Monarch Way Station from Monarch Watch, and I also have the Yard by Yard sign, which is a Oklahoma program that the Oklahoma Conservation Commission is now doing in a few counties in the state. And also, I've been surprised at how many people want to chat about it. I'm out there cleaning up the yard or taking pictures of the butterflies, and people will stop. People will stop their car and roll down their window and say something very positive about this property. And I was concerned mostly that this woman across the street. We don't have a very friendly neighborhood. Most of the houses are rental houses, so most people don't care what other properties look like because they're not worried about their property value. But this woman across the street has lived here for a long time, and she's a homeowner. And as you can see, she has the quintessential Bermuda grass lawn. It is edged, it is fertilized, it is sprayed, it is sprinkled. And of all the people in my neighborhood that I was most concerned about, it was this woman across the street that would fuss at it. But every time I'm out there and she comes out to get her paper or to roll out her recycle bin, she always has something positive to say. So you might be surprised at who actually appreciates your habitat in your yard. And like I said, I don't have a very friendly neighborhood. People aren't really chatty most of the time. And it has been a surprise to me how many people have stopped and made positive comments. Speaking of signs, when I put down that plastic, that was kind of the most eye attention or like attention getting thing to do. Like, why is this crazy lady putting down plastic? So I actually made up a sign and laminated it and put it at the edge of the driveway to explain what was going on with the plastic. And at first people joked about it being a big slip and slide, and my daughter did contemplate that, but when they read the sign and they were like, oh, that's cool. So and I think people have kind of watched the progress over the last few years. So here, 2 years later, 2 years from when I put down the plastic, June 2021, and it's flourishing. I don't have a picture. I don't have a great picture of this year because of the drought we've had. I have not watered it regularly. I have maybe sprinkled it 3 times when we had 6 weeks of no rain. But some of my tips and some of the things that I've learned, you just focus on native plants because they provide food for native insects. Stephanie talked about how Okies for Monarchs has great resources for how to find suppliers in Oklahoma. And you can find local nurseries and plant growers. You might also check your state forestry nurseries. They provide seedlings of shrubs and small trees that can be useful and usually very economical. Native seed companies, but I remember, check those pollinator mixes if you are concerned about having things that are specifically native to your area. And like I said, you can make friends with people in the Native Plant Society or other conservation groups. A lot of people have seed swaps where you might be able to get seeds for your habitat through these organizations. But be sure to add plants you love. You don't have to be all native. You can add snapdragons. Here I've added like these bright fuchsia, not native at all snapdragons to my property because I love snapdragons. They remind me of when I was a kid. You can also have poppies or food plants. I had a 10 by 10 plot in my front yard last year full of okra, which is a great pollinator, a pollen source. But add things you love. It doesn't have to be 100% anything. It doesn't need to be perfect. Anything is better than the weedy lawn that's dominated by non-native plants. You can't see it in this picture, but this beautiful pink flower, all entwined in here is Bermuda grass. I was told so many times that, well, you're never going to get rid of all the Bermuda grass. And I was like, well, I don't care. I'd rather have a mixture of Bermuda grass and beautiful flowers than be concerned that it's 100% all Bermuda grass is gone. So try to embrace the chaos. I know as American lawn owners, we love to have it just perfect, but I've even convinced my husband, and it took a little bit of convincing that this kind of chaos is much more interesting. And now he enjoys seeing the toads and the snakes, the very small snakes that we have in our meadow. When providing habitat, you need resources for all stages of life, not only nectar and pollen, but water for the insects, as well as host plants and nesting sources. There's all sorts of cool opportunities to provide nesting sources in your habitat. Some things that I recommend, there are a few books that I have found really useful. The Xerxes Guide, Attracting Native Pollinators. Any of the guides that Heather Holm has written, she's done one on native pollinators, or pollinators of native plants, as well as a bee book and a wasp book that's really good. And then Nature's Best Hope, which is an excellent and inspirational book about how you can do this too. And Doug Tallamy has also started an organization called Homegrown National Park, which is another way to inspire you to learn more and do this kind of habitat wherever you are, a patch in your front yard, a patch in your backyard, at your child's school or at your church, anywhere. Other sources, of course, the Tribal Alliance for Pollinators. The Xerxes Society has a huge amount of resources on their page if you're doing any kind of invertebrate conservation on your property. And then specifically for Oklahoma, the Okies for Monarchs, of course, and the Kerr Center for Sustainable Agriculture has some good resources as well. With that, I'm done. If anybody has any questions, if I have time, you can ask me, or if you don't have a chance to ask, feel free to email me. Are there any questions? Let's see, can I tell? I'm not sure if I can tell.
I'm not seeing anything in the chat yet.
Okay.
Thank you so much for presenting.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a pleasure.
And I love the meadow in your front yard.
Yes, I love it too. And it was, I must say that even though I'm a conservation biologist and my background is botany, I don't feel like I have a green thumb. I'm not great at growing tomatoes. You saw that little picture of tomatoes that was in my yard, and then promptly those got blossom and rot and died. So I feel like I don't have a green thumb, and you don't need a green thumb to do this. The native plants are so resilient. You saw the picture of the Aenothera, the pink evening primrose. It just took over. I had one little plant, and then the next year it was that. So watching everything change and take over and do do nature in my front yard has been amazing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If there's no other questions, we're going to go ahead and Debbie Dotson is our next speaker, and she's going to tell us about some lessons from nature.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, my name is Debbie Dotson, and I do work for the Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. I've been with the tribe a little over 12 years, and my title is Water Quality Officer. I think if you work for a tribe, you're going to find out that sometimes you get to do a lot of other things that aren't totally all under one umbrella. So that's one of the things I really like about the environmental work in general. Just we get to try a lot of new things and work with a lot of different programs and ideas. And one of the things I really like with my job is the opportunity work with education outreach. I know in the past that was always a little more exciting than it's been most recently, but a lot of our educational and outreach events were we were able to use nature as a teaching tool, and adults and students, particularly like elementary age students, really respond well to using natural aspects that they can look at up close, and it hopefully inspires some environmental stewardship and more appreciation for doing things that are protecting the planet and protecting the things that live there besides ourselves. And in the past, like I said, this is our pollinator patch. I know we just talked about pollinator patches. This is the one outside of our office. Actually, I can see it outside my window, but it's about, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 feet square-ish. We're not exactly, maybe we're not as precise as we were supposed to be, but we just basically picked a corner right next to the parking lot, and we sectioned that off, and that we got some signage out there. Right now, it doesn't look particularly great because it's you know, it's really dry, but about a month or so ago, it's really beautiful. It had different colors and a lot of things in bloom. It's an excellent opportunity to talk to kids about not just pollinators and monarchs, but about the plants themselves. And we chose native plants, and I know that fits in well with our previous couple of speakers today. So, and also there's we did a little sunflower planting project with some fifth graders. We had those little biodegradable pots and soil discs and sunflower seeds that they could take home and plant. And then our rain garden, that's a good natural tool too. You can demonstrate, uh, precipitation, runoff and erosion prevention, also the native plants and the pollinators. It's kind of a lot of different topics all in one. And I know I didn't make the kids pull any weeds or anything, so they probably like that, but they seemed to really take a lot of interest in what was going on with the different things in the pollinator, in the rain garden, sorry. And another outdoor education, these are little sections of trees that our maintenance department had cut up a tree, and I asked them to save me a couple of sections, and they used some lacquer to put over the top, and made some really pretty wooden pieces that a lot of the kids are like that. They can't believe it's a real tree. And they drilled holes in the side, and I can use dowel rods to kind of do a simulation of a tree core sample. You can use that to teach about precipitation, tree rings and climate change, weather, and changes over time, ecosystems in general. There's a lot of ways you can go with using just a section of a tree, and it's a portable education project. That's something I've used several times in the past. And our fishing derby, we started having those, I think, around 2014 maybe, and it's something we usually get about 30-40 kids down at our pond, and they get to get hands-on fishing experience. We also have education activities during the derby as far as part of the day. It is just catch and release on the fish, but we do a fish ID station. We've done a lot of different things like casting practice, knot tying, or just learning more about fish themselves. And we want them to know that that's just not just the pond, that's somebody's home. So it gives them a little bit more respect for nature, and also hopefully teaches them a hobby, maybe something they'll enjoy later. I don't know why it's not progressing. There it goes. Maybe. Maybe not. Can you still see that?
Yes, we can still see it.
It kind of did something weird on my end. Look. Okay. And macroinvertebrates are always a favorite. That's something you can take a bucket of water and rocks from the creek and do it indoors if you need to, or even better if you can take the kids outdoors and let them help you find the macroinvertebrates. Then came COVID, and it was really hard to do any kind of in-person anything, and so it was definitely a lot less fun, and we had to change the way we were doing education and outreach to either a virtual format, either some sort of printed materials, less hands-on, and it took a lot of thinking outside the box. So one of the new ways we started using is videos. We've got 2 or 3 videos on the tribe's YouTube channel now, and the tribe did several events in a drive-through version. Definitely not as much fun, but at least you could see them as they drove by, and they would stop and get their materials or whatever, depending on the event. But and then we had some materials we mailed out as well. Instead of being able to do our culture camp, we did a mailing of materials that they would have gotten from culture camp. Like I said, the materials were already ordered, and it wasn't our fault that we couldn't do it in person, so we did mail it to the participants. And then I made up an activity to book, and we mailed that out to tribal kids within I think it was a 25-mile radius, which ended up being several kids. But just trying to come up with ways to reach out to people without actually being able to be there got to be a little tough. But I know I had talked to Jane Breckenridge. I know her name came up in another presentation about pesticide management, and then she was a speaker earlier today. But I had talked to her at a conference about providing the butterfly kits that I'd seen her use at outreach events, and providing those to a school to where the kids could actually raise a butterfly, and it would be a very hands-on lesson, and each child would be able to participate individually that way. And I was actually, thinking about this before COVID, but then after COVID, I thought, well, that might be a way in where we can still do an education project without me actually being there. And she was very responsive, and I know I talked to her probably a year or so maybe before we actually did it, but then I contacted her in January of, I think it was 2021, we did this, and we had decided around Earth Day would be great as far as the temperature for the butterflies. To do a butterfly release would be a great time, and that would coincide with Earth Day, and I know that helps out with some of the school projects as well. Teachers I've worked with in the past, that's usually they're looking for a spring project, and so that worked out perfect. And like I said, they were very, very easy to work with, and it was a very hands-on lesson. We ordered them. They got shipped to the school directly, so there was no in-person contact. Because the school was in session in 2021, but they weren't really allowing outside people to come in. And but this way I didn't have to. I just dropped off some stuff at the door, some little booklets and some educational information to go with the butterflies. But the butterfly kits actually come with instructions, really easy to read, understand. Like I said, we're looking at kids 5th grade and younger. And so they all got their cup, and then for my part, they would email me pictures and let me know kind of how things were going. And I know we had some other Earth Day materials that went with it to the Early Childhood Learning Center, but it seemed like a very like a project that really encouraged the kids to participate, and they were interested in watching every day. I know for the 5th graders at Seneca Intermediate School, they monitored their cups every day, and they logged any changes, or if the food changed, or and some of them had theirs sitting on a windowsill or different locations and see if that made any difference. And it was actually a pretty good project for not being able to be there in person. So there's the butterfly cup, and with caterpillars, it comes with the food in the bottom. And the butterflies used are painted ladies. Those are very common. They're very generalist. They do well in a lot of different areas, not necessarily any specific plants or temperature requirements, just spring temperature that's where things are starting to bloom out. That's about the time they can thrive pretty well just about anywhere. But like I said, these are some samples of the pictures they sent, where they tried to get up close. And these are some of the littler kids at our Early Childhood Learning Center. These kids are only like 3 or 4, and they each got a caterpillar too. And it was pretty interesting for them. You can see on their face, they're just kind of like, what in the world? And but they were pretty interested in watching their caterpillars as they changed. And it's definitely a hands-on and something they could see it happen, not just read about it. So there's the cup with the butterfly, and they're getting ready to let them go. So they've got their cups outside, and you can see a couple of them still have jackets on, but a lot of them are in short sleeves, so the temperatures are good. And this is like very late April to early May, and so they got to see everything up close and personal. And like, I miss being able to be there and be part of anything that's like we normally would, but really just knowing that it was an educational experience for them that they will probably remember a lot longer than anything that just reading about or some sort of printed material. That's something they got to raise their own butterflies, so that's something that'll stick with them hopefully for quite a while. And it's like I said, in a time where things are different as far as the way we do education, I thought it worked out really well, and I was really impressed with how easy it was with the Uchi Butterfly Farm, as long as they had the notice to have the caterpillars ready and just delivering them directly to the schools, and it all worked out really well. And it's something I'd consider doing again, even if we don't have COVID. So I think it's definitely worthwhile, and the teachers were really pleased with the response and the outcome, because it worked really well with their ecosystem lessons, and talking about a 5th grade level science curriculum. It was a really beneficial project for them as well. And I guess if there's any questions, I can try to answer those for you. Maybe that was short and sweet, but it's the end of the day, right?
Thank you, Debbie. I don't see any in the chat. Does anybody have any questions? Maybe they're all asleep.
I hope not.
No,
It's
no,
soothing-
they were
my
good
soothing
presentations.
voice, right?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. If you do have any questions, there's my contact information.
Yeah, and if we get any questions from anyone, we will send them on to the presenters to get answers.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you all for joining us for the ITEC conference today. Our last day will be Thursday, and we'll start at 9:30 again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.